Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Advocate Chauke. Good morning, Mr. Danikas.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Before we proceed, we have a new family member. May she introduce herself?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Nicole Myatt SC. I am from the Johannesburg Bar, and I've been appointed to the evidence leading team.
Thank you, Counsel. You are welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I please be excused to attend to logistical issues, given the lateness of my appointment?
Yes, and Dr. Mutlamayani, you have made arrangement with your sister.
Indeed, Madam Chair. Arrangements have been made and the Secretary has been approached. She needs to attend to a few aspects concerning logistical issues.
Counsel, you are fairly new in this matter. I hope that your team will assist you to catch up quickly so that you familiarize yourself with the terms of reference, the rules, the evidence that has already been led. The transcripts are there. You can probably go through the transcript just to familiarize yourself with the evidence on record. And as you would have seen this morning, we meet every day in chambers, 8:45, and those who come late pay a fine. Let me just confer with my sisters. Want to talk to them? Want to talk to them? Yes, thank you. You are welcome, madam, and you are excused.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm indebted.
Yes, thank you. May we begin before I ask Mr. Danikas to take the oath? May I start, Counsel?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Mr. Danikas, good morning again.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
We are just about to begin with your evidence, but before we do so, I would like to know whether you prefer to take the oath or affirmation. Oath?
I will take the oath. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, raise up your right hand and say, "So help me God."
I do, so help me God.
Thank you, sir. You may begin, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Danikas, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can, sir.
All right, thank you. You should have your witness statement together with a bundle of annexes to that witness statement. Do you have those?
I have my statement in front of me, but not a bundle of anything else.
Okay, well, you should have it because it should be attached to the statement, because the statement, I think, goes on to page 37, and then there is a longer bundle of attachments. So I'm not sure how that came about that you don't have them.
I was told to print my statement, which I did. I never received any bundle, Chair.
Yes, all right. Okay, that's a bit of a mistake. Can you open it if it is sent to you on email?
Chair, if the IT can send it to the laptop that is in front of me, then I can open it.
All right, I think that might be the more productive way of proceeding, but it is sent to you on email. My attorneys will send it to you now.
Okay.
Council would like us to pause for 5 minutes as you sort that out.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think that might be useful. Thank you. If I could ask for a short adjournment for 5 minutes, just to sort out the logistics.
Mr. Danikas, we're going to pause for a few minutes so that they can send the annexures to you. And as soon as that is sorted out, we will reconvene. You have just taken the oath, sir. Do you understand?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for a few minutes, and as soon as you're ready, just let us know.
Thank you.
Advocate Ngcukaitobi, are you sorted out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have sorted out the logistics.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I just don't see now Mr. Danikas on the
Mr.
screen.
Danikas,
Yes.
we are going to proceed. Are you ready? Are you ready, Mr. Danikas?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
All right.
Council, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Danikas, just where we were, do you now have access to both your statement and the bundle of annexures?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, if we could just start then with your statement, particularly at paragraph 2, where you say that the facts in the statement are within your personal knowledge, save where otherwise stated, or where the contrary appears from the context, and are to the best of my knowledge and belief both true and correct. Do you swear that the contents of that statement are within your personal knowledge and are true and correct?
Apologies, sir. Your voice keeps breaking out. I have a delay.
Yes, I think there might also be a problem with your connection because looking at your screen, it's a little bit faint. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, sir.
All right. I'm looking at paragraph 2 of your statement. I'm asking you to confirm under oath that the contents of that statement are true and correct and they are binding on your conscience.
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. Now, the statement starts with personal background and career highlights from paragraph 5 right up to paragraph 17. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Yes. Is there anything you wish to add to that narration, or are you happy with that it must be taken as read?
Yes, it is the minimum that is reflected.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. And then from paragraph 18, under the heading Meeting General Booysen, up until 19, can you just briefly explain to the panel the circumstances in which you came into contact with Major General Booysen?
Sir, do I read from a statement?
You can give us a narration or you can read from your statement. It depends which one makes you comfortable.
I'd rather narrate. It's straightforward, sir. May I start?
Yes.
So I met General Johan Booysen as a client. He was brought in by a mutual police officer by the name of Captain Olivier, who brought him in to purchase a new computer at my store at 76 Broad Street. That was around 1996 or 1997. Johan Booysen purchased the computer. He was very happy with my service and my prices, and he gave me a condition to deliver the computer to his family home at Amaziptoti, which I did so, and he wanted me to install the computer and give the family a crash course, because if I recall correctly, it was the very first computer the family owned. That happened, I think, over the weekend, and we also had dinner with the family, and the family was introduced to me. That's how I met General Johan Booysen.
Yes. And it's common cause that you subsequently became friends with General Booysen. Is that correct?
That's correct. Johan Booysen was very excited. I was relatively early in South Africa, And he was also very excited and interested about Europe. He had mentioned that him and his family never traveled to Europe before, and he was hoped that with my assistance we can travel and visit Europe and Greece, which we did in 2001. In fact, it was Johan Booysen, his wife Latisa, and his daughter Natalie. We spent nearly a month touring Europe, and then we end up in Greece, where they stayed at my various family homes in Greece.
Yes, and your statement says this was free accommodation, that he didn't pay for it.
Correct. It is true that I end up paying for quite a lot of his entertainment, let's put it that way.
Yes. Now, if we then move on from those paragraphs, looking at paragraph 20, 21, 22, and 23, could you just set out in brief terms what are the contents of those paragraphs? Madam Chair, it looks like the witness is frozen. I don't know if we're going to have this problem or not. Mr. Danikas, look, your connection is frozen. There is probably an issue with your internet connectivity from where you are sitting. I don't know what to do about it. Madam Chair, I think perhaps let's ask the members of staff of the Commission to get in contact with people in Athens and just to tell them that we're struggling with connectivity.
I can hear you.
All right. Well, okay, so let's proceed then. I was still asking you about paragraphs 20 up until 23, which is the year 1998.
Before that, Council, I think even though we are now connected, as Council has just requested, I think you should then communicate with them in Greece that we have this intermittent disruption of Mr. Danikas freezing, and report back to us what they say. Also, our officials, the transcribers, do also assist there and see what can be done. Thank you, Council.
Yes.
You may proceed.
I think he's still frozen, Madam Chair. I wonder whether we shouldn't just take a proper adjournment, maybe for 30 minutes until this thing is sorted out. It looks like we're going to continue like this for a while.
Clear issue is the freezing of the screen, I think. Perhaps we have a slow connection at the embassy.
Is it the connection from your side at the embassy, Mr. Danikas?
Madam Chair, I presume so. I really don't know. I need to speak to somebody here.
Yes.
May I be excused and call for the IT service?
Perhaps we should pause again. Please,
Okay.
just a minute.
The IT people are here. Can I talk to them quickly?
Yes.
Council, I think we must pause.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Suggestions have been made that he may switch off his camera. I think these are the things that you must discuss with him. see what can be done, and our spokesperson, together with the secretary of the inquiry, will communicate with the ambassador in Greece and see if they can help us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will pause again, and when you are ready, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Danikas.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes.
You look very clearer now. We can see you well. Do you see us?
Not yet, but I think it's the way it works. Yes, I can see you now. Thank you,
You
Madam
are
Chair.
very clear to us. Thank you very much for sorting it out, Council.
Yes.
I hope there's not going to be some interruptions.
Yes.
Let's proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Danikas, we were still at paragraph 20, 21, 22, 23. I just want your comment on paragraph 23. You can take the other paragraphs as read.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Please give us a comment on that.
Chair, paragraph 23 is a continuation of paragraph 22. We covered paragraph 22. I'm a bit confused.
Paragraph 23, that's what I'm asking you to comment on.
Thank you, Chair.
Specifically where it says that on later reflection, I realized that General Booysen and several members of the unit harbored racist views. That's what I need your comment on.
Okay, Chair. May I read from a statement on 23?
Yes.
Later that day, General Booysen personally drove me to lunch and then returned me to my business premise. At the time, I was shocked and uncertain how to process what I had witnessed. On later reflection, I realized that General Booysen and several members of the unit harbored racist views and prejudice against Africans. During my interaction with him, General Booysen frequently expressed racially derogatory views about African persons, including referring to Africans as, quote, subhumans, apes, and animals. He stated that apartheid had been, quote, the best time for the country, and that after Nelson Mandela became president, quote, Africans were destroying South Africa. He also advocated the use of torture and lethal force as primary crime control methods by repeatedly asserting that the only way to deal with crime was to torture or shoot suspects. By way of example, when my wife was involved in a motor vehicle accident with a pedestrian, General Booysen arrived at my store and said to her, quote, I'm cross with you. You did not finish the job. No medal for you, end of quote. These sentiments were expressed repeatedly throughout my association with him.
Yes, thank you. And then,
Council, just a clarity matter, paragraph 22, the third sentence. Mr. Danikas, you say in paragraph 22, the third sentence, I ran out of the room. Shortly thereafter, General Booysen entered the room. Did you re-enter the room after you had ran out?
Madam Chair, apologies, I'm a bit confused. 22 reads during the torture.
Yes, the third sentence, that starts with, I ran out of the room. Do you see that short sentence in the middle?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Yes, I do. Kindly, can you repeat the question?
The question is, you do not say that you went back into the room, but then the sentence that follows seemed to suggest that you might have gone back to the room, because you say, shortly thereafter, General Booysen entered the room. Or were you watching him from somewhere?
Thank you, Chair. Let me explain what I mean. There were two small rooms, dark rooms, and in front of those rooms, there was another big area. So I ran out of the room, and there were multiple officers around. So Johan Booysen walked from my right, if I recall collecting, into the bigger room. She was laughing because of my surprise and distress at the moment. That's what I'm trying to say.
Wherever you were, after running out of the room, you could see him entering the room laughing.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I suppose, Council, when we have exhausted this periods, particularly from 1998 up to the time of the indictments, you will indicate to us the relevance of this period that is not covered by the indictment.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Danikas, you've dealt with paragraph 24 and 25, which is the time you applied to be a reservist. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. You had previously asked Mr. Danikas to comment on paragraph 23, but what he did is he read paragraph 23 and we didn't get his comment. Yes. I had thought the intention was to hear his comment.
Yes, it was, Madam Baloimer. Perhaps let's go back to the issue I was trying to explore in paragraph 23. I mean, what you are saying is that when you were introduced to this unit, there was widespread references to Africans as subhuman apes and animals, and that the disposition of Major General Booysen was that Africans were destroying South Africa and that apartheid was better. What is your comment on that?
Chair, as a young immigrant, I met the family in my 20s, and I was surrounded by this culture, and it was a strong impression to me, not knowing much about South Africa yet and the politics history of it. That's all I could hear. I could hear that there was a serious issue in South Africa with the Afrikaans community and the white community. All I could hear from them was that they built the infrastructure, they built everything on this country as a first world country, and then after the 1994 elections and after there was a democracy in South Africa, and I'm going to be frank, it's quite embarrassing, but I have to use the words. They were saying that I don't know if I can say the word blacks or Africans, I don't know what is allowed or not, but that's what I was hearing. They were destroying the country, they were burning the country, they were running everything down, the whites were in danger. And a special emphasis was made to me as a white immigrant, Greek immigrant who owned a business, that they constantly made me believe that my life was in danger, my business was in danger from that particular ethnicity group, which was the Africans. And Johan Booysen and his group were the people that they will protect me, and people like me provide me security and shield me from the Africans. And that's exactly what it was constantly said to me.
Thank you, Mr. Danikas. We will come back to that point. It comes again later. And then you joined the Cato Manor unit as a reservist, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that is what is dealt with from paragraph 26 to 28. Now, what I would like to comment, your comment on that, if you actually look at the administrative documentation, in this case, there is a whole issue around, did Major General Booysen actually play a role in the oversight of Cato Manor, administratively and otherwise? But there are interesting annexures there from AD2, AD3, and AD4 that basically show that he was the person, Major General Booysen, was the person running the show at Cato Manor. He's the one who admits you into the unit. He's the one who assigns a weapon to you in the unit, and he is the one who assigns functions. Do you want to comment on that? If you want to look at annexures AD2, AD3, and AD4.
Thank you, Chair. I have them in front of me and I recognize all those forms.
Yes.
Johan Booysen was a close friend of mine. He was very proud of the unit, the Cato Manor unit. He always called it his pet project. And it was a very close community of members. In fact, I recall him telling me that he tried to keep it all white. And he was ultimately in control of that unit. Every person had his personal phone number. So even a constable or a sergeant, a low rank, will call directly Johan Booysen, which at the time it was Director Johan Booysen. Up until 2008, that I left South Africa, it was Director. So it was always a director, call the director, and the director will call us and give us instructions. All those letters that Johan Booysen issued in support of me to be transferred were prepared either by him or his secretary. And I recall when Johan Booysen advised me, suggested that I become a reservist. I knew nothing about this. I was a businessman, just finished my studies, had my business, so I didn't know the police procedure. And he told me, Ari, why don't you become a reservist and you'll come into my unit and you will be protected and have some action. So every step I took in the police force was guided by Johan Booysen directly. Now, he had already coached me that the procedure is, I will apply as a reservist, he will do all the paperwork, which they actually did, and then he even told me, you will get a phone call from the police station that you'll be appointed. Now, because I was living in Berea at the time, I remember Melvern being the police station that will be allocated. And Johan had told me, somebody will call you from there and he'll say to you, come report on duty. Just ignore him and say that Director Johan Booysen from Serious and Violent Crime is informed and he'll be in touch with you. Yes. So it was coached how we'll deal with that issue.
Thank you. The specific documents I would like you to look at is AD3, which is 4A/3, and AD4, which is 4A/4. And just tell us who, in fact, has signed those documents. Do you have AD3? Yes, thank you. Who has signed that document? It is a transfer of Constable A. Danikas.
The signatures of that, Johan Booysen, and it says Director, Provincial Commander, Serious and Violent Crime, KZN, J.W. Booysen.
Yes. And then if you turn over the following page, which is also another administrative document, AD4, which contains your signature on the left and the signature of General Booysen on the right. Can you see that?
Yes, Chair. May I provide some context?
Yes, please.
So on the left, sure, and you see my force number, A. Danikas, Reservist Constable, and on the right, you will see the signature of Director, Dear, short for Director, J.W., the initials of Johan, I don't remember the other one, Booysen. And it's a signature of Commander, number, rank, and name. Now, what is interesting here is that you will see that the component, tab A10, is detective services. So I'm a reservist. I have no training whatsoever or experience, but I am allocated to the detective services of that unit by Johan Booysen.
Yes, thank you. You know, the reason I'm asking you these questions is that there is a story in this case. I'm not sure if General Booysen has given a statement yet, but he is trying to distance himself from the operations of Cato Manor. But you've shown us the actual documents that administratively he is the person in charge of Cato Manor. Do you want to comment on that?
Sure, absolutely. Like I said, Johan Booysen was the godfather of the Cato Manor unit. No decisions were taken if it wasn't cleared by Johan Booysen. And I know that because of the personal friendship I had with him. So he'll be in my store every day going for lunch, almost every day. And he will give me a progress report because he was very proud of such an achievement, which is the pet project, that Cato Manor unit.
Yes. Now, we've dealt with your transfer and your, I would say, enlistment into the unit. Did you need to be given a gun to operate?
Sure, no, it wasn't. I was a reservist, and from what I understood, reservists are the lowest of the ranks. Even if I become a captain, a ZEBS captain, a constable in the permanent police force is in charge of me. And they don't allocate you a permanent gun. If you go to an operation that needs a firearm for that operation, they will perhaps temporarily allocate me a police firearm. Also, I was licensed and I had firearms. So what happened is the beginning, Johan Booysen, and from what I remember, that was like his little present to me. He will allocate numerous police firearms to me, and the way to bypass process was, if I recall correctly, is special duties. And because of the special duties, he will allocate a permanent firearm to me.
Yes. So you were, even though you were not entitled to a firearm, you were actually allocated it by Major General Booysen.
I don't know if it was, frankly, the legislation. I presume so, that there was an irregularity there. It's something I find out later.
No, I understand. I think the most important thing for my purposes is to establish the person who gave you a firearm, because we've got this odd scenario in which Major General Booysen is distancing himself from the administration of Cato Manor. So I'm asking you whether, as a fact, your firearm, whether you're entitled or not, was given to you by him.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now, we have looked at those paragraphs up to 28, and then we've got training at 29, 30. Yes, I said I was going to come back to you about the culture of racism that was embedded in the unit. Can you deal with that at paragraph 31? You don't have to read the K word, because we are not allowed in South Africa to announce that publicly. It becomes a bit of a crime. But you can read out what is stated there. When you see that, just say the K word.
Thank you, Chair. May I proceed?
Yes.
Racism was openly expressed during the training I received in various courses, including those that were held at the Riki training base of the SVC unit in Durban, Old Wales Processing Center. African suspects were repeatedly referred to in a derogatory and subhuman terms. After certain training courses, when the African trainees had left the premises, white trainees were taught racist cadences, including one that began.
Yes, read that.
We had joy, we had fun, we had K on the run, but the joy didn't run because the K ran too far. Now it's fun, I've got a gun. The F and K better run.
Yes. Just explain what exactly was the context in which this was happening, because the majority of the people that were indicted are white, but there is one or two Africans, people like Kanyile, and then also one or two Indian people like Padayache, etc. So in what context would it be so explicit to use the K word in the training methodology of Cato Manor?
So, again, it goes back to the beginning. I remember when Johan Booysen, he came visibly upset one day and he told me that he's very cross because he's building this specialized unit, that super duper unit, and he's got his white people inside, to which he always referred to them as superior detectives, superior policemen to every other ethnicity and color. So now he was getting cross because I think affirmative action, I'm not really sure how to say it, they were giving them direction, I suppose the authorities, to incorporate other ethnicity, that means Africans and Indians, into his unit. And that is how they start incorporating Indians and Africans inside that unit. Now, when we went to do that SWAT training course, I think it was at the bluff of KZN, the Old Wells Processing Center. It was a SWAT training. It was extremely advanced training, house penetration, tactical weapons. And I remember the night game. And normally, I remember the African colleagues, they had to leave early because they live far away. So they will be the first to leave, and then the rest of us will sit there. And that includes Indian colleagues also. And while we sit there, we'll get some Coke and drink some Coke and talk about it. And that's when they start shouting. They told me, Ari, let me teach you a song that we used to sing during the old good days. And that's how they taught me that song. We were like a circle. And they taught me to sing that song, and they were singing proudly that song. After we had our guns there, we had that Rambo session, as I call it. And they taught me that, and they were all talking and laughing about it.
Yes. Now, I'm not going to criticize you because you are telling us the facts of what happened, but how were you reacting to this induction into racist patterns?
Sir, I question myself many times about this. And I have to say, and I'm not embarrassed to say that, up until I joined the force, and up until I start getting experience and understanding what's going on and how those members behaved, I almost fell for it. I was surrounded by a culture that constantly brainwashed me that this is how things are in South Africa. Africans are our enemies. They are raping, murdering, killing, and it was all bombardized me. And I was on my own in South Africa. I had a business, and suddenly I'm start feeling that, oh my God, my life is in danger, my business is in danger. That unit is my salvation. So I was looking up at Johan Booysen as an idol. And I'm ashamed about that because I introduced them to my family, the culture. They were projecting as men of God. I used to go, sometimes I went even to their church. And then when they were telling me those things, at the time, even I started believing that that's the way things are. That was my lowest point of my life. But when I start becoming not a Rocky anymore, but experience and seeing how those people behave and how they start really treating Africans and suspects, then that's when I drew the line and I start collecting evidence and doing disclosures.
Thank you very much. Then we deal with, paragraph 32, we don't need to deal with that. We've already given that evidence. And then we deal with what is called general conduct and modus operandi right up until paragraph 43, where there are certain aspects, the relationship with the media, how you shaped public narrative about Cato Manor, the way in which the unit was functioning, and the way in which the unit became, I would say, impervious to authority. There was an element of lack of accountability by the unit. Can you just deal with that? You don't have to read, but you can just give us snapshots.
Sir, on many of my conferences or speeches when I dealt with the narrative of the Cato Manor unit, I used the word the untouchables. I also used the expression many times that we had a license to kill. Many policemen tried the hardest to be transferred in that unit for that particular reason. Speaking from my own experience, again, being a reservist, which means that I really don't have any powers in the unit, and yet I felt untouchable. I could see that I could approach a captain or a superintendent and say to him, I'm from the Cato Manor unit. I didn't have to say rank. The moment I would say I'm from the Cato Manor unit, the whole authority image changed. Suddenly we were like, I interpret it as respected, but then I find out it was a fear of the unit. So we had immunity. We could do anything we wanted. That's what I realized. For example, picture me now, I'm a foreign Greek. I have this heavy accent. I don't know much about South Africa, and yet I have a police light, I have a radio, bulletproof vest, firearms, ID, and they even had printed for me because I was using my private cars. I only had private cars. And I had they printed for me at the office a tag which says serious and violent crime with a logo. And I was putting this on my windscreen so I can go anywhere and park anywhere. We can get away with police fines. If we have a car accident that perhaps was our fault, it was like, I'm going in a scene. I'm in a hurry. If it was a roadblock, some of the members were intoxicated. You say, I'm the director Booysen. If you got a problem, call Johan Booysen, the director. And they'll say, no, it's okay, go. I can recall situations where we could go to the casinos, to resources, we'll get a VIP treatment on any nightclub. We'll be first going in, no questions asked, armed, walking anywhere. VIP treatment everywhere in South Africa. Discounted price on anything. If you want to purchase something, all you have to say, I work with Director Johan Booysen. I'm at the Cato Manor unit, and they'll treat you different.
Yes. So you're saying that this unit had a license to kill, and it was what you describe as untouchables.
That is my conclusion.
Yes.
Close to 2007-8, prior of leaving South Africa.
Yes. There's something else I want you to just explain, which is what you say, the way they shaped the public narrative and their interactions with the media.
May I proceed?
Yes.
So that started, and how I personally witnessed it. I have direct knowledge to that effect. When I start using digital cameras, remember I had an IT store, so I will always get the latest technology. Now at the time, digital cameras was something new in South Africa. So I also had a GPS, handheld GPSs, gadgets. So what happened is, Johan Booysen said, we'll take you with us next time there is a crime scene or something happens. So I started going to crime scenes, and then I was allowed to take photos. Now imagine I'm a reservist. Again, I'm a loss of the rank, and yet I've got a special jacket which I can wear that says crime scene investigator or something like that. It was blue color. And I wear this, I'll walk into the crime scene with the Cato Manor unit, walk like bosses, will chase the uniformed policeman away, who've always been told that we have the power to chase everybody else away, especially uniformed police officers, by saying with Cato, you need to go, and we take over the scene. And then I will be able to take photos and videos of the scenes. So I thought I was doing something great. I thought I was a crime scene investigator doing forensics. And then Johan Booysen comes to my shop and tells me, Ari, this is a list. He gave me some names, written names of certain journalists. I didn't even know of them yet. And he told me, whoever comes to your store and asks you for any information or photos or footage, you only give them to those names. They want to ask me, okay, but why? And he explained to me that this is how we work with the media here in Durban, and that's how we control the narrative. Basically, we have a relationship with them, which is they make us look good, but we give them exclusive photos of the scene and information, or we call them at the scene, and then you'll give them those digital photos of crime scenes which nobody else will have. And that is how we have a relationship with those journalists, and they make the unit look good. They always publish positive things about us. Then I find out also that journalists wanted to purchase, actually to buy those photos. Because I had a journalist came to my store and said, listen, those were all the money. Why don't you let me buy them? And I said to Johan after that, look, what's happening here? He says to me, no. You deal only with those journalists, and you only speak to those journalists that I introduce you to.
Thank you. Then you deal with the first instance after you've set the context of how this unit operated. You say that actually as early as 2001, there was a Jabulani who was murdered in Mlazi. Can you just briefly set that story out? It's covered extensively in your statement, but it would be helpful if you just gave us a summary.
Sure. It's covered extensively because this is the first time I was initiated on an operation of the unit that actually was involved in shooting of a suspect and a death. So that has stuck in my mind. What happened, and I'm not going to go into dates because it's all written down. I'm just going to give a narrative, if that's okay with the chair. So I had lunch with Director Booysen, at the time was Director Johan Booysen, because we were having lunches every weekend. I think it was a Saturday. I cannot recall exactly, but we met at Musgrave, a news cafe, which was our hangout place. We'll go there and we'll meet for lunch often. And I was the first. I remember it was like yesterday. I was sitting on the table waiting for Johan Booysen to arrive so we can order. And as he walks, he has his presence. So he comes in very abrupt. And before he even sat down, he had a little photo. I think it was a mugshot or an ID photo. And he actually did this. He was standing and he threw the photo on the table. And he says to me, God, if you see this effing bastard, you must put a bullet in his head. And I'm like, oh, he's acting again, you know, like, what's this now? I'm like, I'm drinking my Coke, and I'm going, what is this now? Because he threw it on the table, then he sit down. So I said, what's happening? So he tells me, no, the story is that this man, an African suspect called Jabulani, I remember the name Jabulani, it stuck in my mind. He is a serious criminal that him and his team were doing many burglaries. But he went a step further, apparently, and he started also raping victims during the robberies. And the crew was very unpleasant with him. So one of the informers of the crew gave him up. So they arrested him, he escaped, and the information that Johan Booysen gave me was in fact that he even had the audacity to send a fax, I think it was a fax, to one of the magistrates, and it was an Indian magistrate or Indian prosecutor, that's all I can remember, saying that I know where you live, and basically it was a threat. And then The order, according to Booysen, who told me straight there, it was that the order has come from high up the magistrate circles, but this man must not be caught alive, he must be killed. That information was given to me right there at Musgrave from Johan Booysen. I thought nothing about it, because again, I had no experience on it. Johan Booysen, sometimes he liked to over-exaggerate and, project that kind of narrative. But then a few days later, I get a call from Johan Booysen, tells me, get ready, we're going to an operation, members will pick you up. I said, okay. She didn't tell me what it was, that it was involved in Jabulani or anything like that. So I get ready. He sent some members to pick me up, I think. I can't remember if it was picked up by members of Booysen, but I was picked up, taken to a location. If I recall correctly, it was close to the Cato Manor. At Cato Manor offices or future office, there was a police station. In front of the police station, there was a parking lot. So I recall that's where we met. It was dark. It was just about to rain. We all met there. In fact, I didn't even know of the members because I haven't met them yet. So it was a convoy of cars. Booysen had come with his own car. I don't remember if I drove with Booysen or the same to pick me up. It's too long ago to remember that. But we drove there as a convoy. So we went from place to place, location to locations, and somewhere across the line there was an African chap that was arrested or detained, and apparently he was a relative of that suspect we're looking for, who happened to be Jabulani. And I saw the members rough him up. Rough him up means beat him up so he can confess, threaten him. They used to pull out guns. Sometimes they'll sit down next to the suspect at the field, and the suspect will jump up and down in fear. And then at the last location that the informer, I will call him informer, took us to, it was a long field, and when we parked, we had to walk quite a distance to walk into what I call a tradition African place where small little houses. It was something new to me. Johan Booysen was too lazy to travel, to walk with us because it was raining. It started raining, and he said, I'm gonna stay in the car, I'm not going nowhere. So I was excited to go to that, operation. So I followed the guys, and we went into a house, and I will never forget that. It was a small little, I don't know how to describe it, an African house at the location. And I was sitting on the side, and I remember members bust the door open. Because they bust the door open, I can see from my side, I can see into a bedroom. And there were children and families sleeping. They jumped inside. I never went inside there. I wasn't qualified. I didn't have the experience to go in. They dragged an African man out. Now, what was very interesting to me was that he was wearing an underwear that was of a color, either blue or red. And that struck my mind because it was something new to me to see somebody with a dark underwear, a man with a colorful underwear. They dragged the man out. He was basically naked and was wearing only his underwear. And I remember there was mud because there was no pavement around. It was like a field, so it had rain, it was mud. And they were falling down the slope, and they were getting covered with mud. And one of the policemen, which I knew, Martin, who was a very big man, grabbed him, put him down, and other members joined, and they put handcuffs or cable ties, I can't recall. Now, while this was happening, because it was a downhill and there was mud, they all slipped further down. They slide further down to it. So as I go close, because I'm really excited to see what's going on, this is news to me, one of the policemen, he was the guy in charge there. I think I have his name on my statement. He told me, and that all stuck in my mind, he told me very loud, get the fuck out of here. Okay. So I'm like, froze, so I just sit there and walk away. Next thing, when I'm looking is a closed ring. From my side, I see policemen, so I cannot see what's happening because the police are in front of the locomotion, of the scenery. And then I hear shots, bam, 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 some shots. I said, what just happened? Oh my God. Next thing I look, and the suspect is dead. So I said, what happened? He said, no, he had a gun, he pulled a gun, and we had to defend ourselves. I'm overwhelmed. This is the very first time I'm subjected to such a scene, and I'm thinking now, okay, gee. But then in my mind, I'm still thinking, and I had time to think of that because the morning was coming, and I started phoning Johan, because to me that was like a big scene. I was excited. Johan was not there. He had, last time I recall, he was in his car. And then he told me, no, I left the scene. I'll come to this now. So, Booysen comes, and I think it was the morning because the sun was coming out. And he did what he did there. I wasn't yet in a position to know what he did exactly, because I was still in shock. And then I said to him, what happened? So now, apparently the suspect pulled out a gun and tried to shoot the members, and he got killed. And when we were driving back, I said to Johan, I said, man, I've got a problem with that. I just don't understand it. Where on earth did we get the gun out from? Where was the gun hidden? Because the man was like, I saw the man. He was like, wearing his underwear, in front of me, Martin dragged him out, put him on the mud. They were wrestling. There were like 10 members around him. How do we get a gun out? And he got a bit agitated. He told me, listen, you're stupid, you're Greek, you don't know anything about these things. Just don't worry about it. And that was my first encounter. And it was deja vu. 3 days earlier on, he told me, if you see this guy, put a bullet in his head. And then it happened. So this has stuck in my mind.
Yes. One of the points that Major General Booysen makes is that he never went to these crime scenes. But we've got at least one where you're placing him directly at the crime scene.
Chair, and again, I will be open, and I'll tell you what happened there, because I know the situation very personally. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but Johan Booysen had an affair with one of his captains, and he used to use the excuse to his wife to say, I'm going without it to an operation. And he'll accompany me, but many times we'll duck to go spend the night with the mistress and come in the morning. So that was a classic scenario, because he told me, when I phoned him, where are you? He says to me, I'm at my adult's place, I'll come there just now. And that's why he left and came in the morning when I phoned him on this particular scene.
Yes, thank you. So that takes us to paragraph 50. I wanted you to just deal with paragraph 51, and that's when you are allocated a firearm, which is at AD 8.
Let me get that quickly.
So the AD8 is 4A24.
Can I have a page number?
The page number is 4A24 of the annexures. And in your statement is paragraph 51, 4/16 and 4/17.
Okay, apologies, Chair. I have on 51 AD. I'm looking at AD8. So I'm scrolling down. I'm on 85. So I have to go by scrolling. Apologies about that.
So you've got the document that says issuing of Z88 pistol, which is at AD8, 4A24.
Chair, I have to scroll down because it's a bit confusing here now. If I had a page number on the PDF of that bundle,
okay,
then I can tap it, it will appear.
All right, well, I'm not sure if there's a screen in front of you that shows that AD8 because we...
Yes, I can see it.
All right. Now, if you look at paragraph 1 there, what does it say?
The above weapon is issued out to Director Booysen of Serious and Violent Crime Unit for use by Reservist Constable A. Danikas, who is assisting Director Booysen with an ongoing project.
Yes. So what do you say then about this idea that Director Booysen had no involvement in the administrative affairs of Cato Manor?
Same as what I said earlier on. Everything had to go through Director Booysen. And that is the official document. In fact, what happened is, and if I recall correctly, my firearm, my personal firearm, which was a Smith & Wesson, got stolen from my place. I think after I moved in. It was the beginning of my, as I moved in the new house, there was a breakage and my firearm was stolen. And that was the way of how to be allocated with a pistol. Because now I didn't have a pistol, and because, and as you know, if your firearm gets stolen, it's very difficult to replace it and get a new license. So Johan told me, don't worry about it. We got a way out of it. And this is how they allocate me a permanent police firearm.
Yes, thank you. I've just been reminded that we didn't explain that the Jabulani that is killed in Umlazi is 349/10/2001. His name is Jabulani Mabaso, and the docket is actually here at the page. So the docket starts at U0001, and it ends at U0122.
I'm sorry, sir, if you referring to me now, I cannot see those. I would like a page to type, so that's the only way I can access that or scroll on it, because it's on the screen.
Yes. What are you saying, Mr. Danikas, that you don't have it in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me, sir. The only way to scroll and find it is if I have a specific PDF page number of the bundle, so I can type it and it will come up on the computer screen. That's the advice I received from the IT department.
Yes, all right. No, thank you. It will be done in due course, but we can move on for now. We'll come back to Mr. Mabaso. And then...
Maybe before, after you. I was just going to announce that it's a tea break time, but I'll allow my sister to deal with the question that she would like to pose. Then we will take a tea adjournment.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Danikas, do you know that in certain circumstances it is an offense to lose a firearm?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm aware of it. In certain offense, if you lose a firearm, but not if it's beyond your power. My firearm was in a safe, bolted to the wall, and when they break in, they actually used a crowbar and took the whole safe with them, with the firearm. So it was fully justified. There was no charges or anything like that. But still, afterwards, I had a problem obtaining a new license.
And do you know that once you have lost a firearm, you are under an obligation to report that firearm to the police?
Oh, absolutely. That was all done. That was all legitimate done. It was a case. An investigative officer had come to my place. They've taken photos. Everything was legitimate about it.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Danikas, we are going to take a tea adjournment until 12 o'clock, and we will continue thereafter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, you can go and have your tea and come back at South African time, 12 o'clock. You are still under oath, remember?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair, indeed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Advocate Ngcukaitobi.
Afternoon, Chair.
That security issue has been brought to our attention.
Yes.
We have asked counsel researcher to communicate with Mr. Ramachali on details, and we will take it from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Danikas, are you available? Good afternoon, Mr. Danikas. Would you please help over there?
Hi, his mic is still on mute. I think we should get someone from his side to tell him that he must unmute his mic.
Okay. Mr. Danikas, where are you? It's no. My attorney has his number, so maybe then.
Are you winning over there?
Yes, we are winning.
You are winning.
Yes.
Should we give you a few minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh, he's back.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Danikas. We were looking for you.
Apologies, Chair. Got caught up with different offices here, so I was running to get it in time. Thank you.
And make sure that at the time of returning to the hearing chamber, you make sure that your mic is unmuted so that we can also see you on the screen and then hear whether you are there or not.
Understood, Chair. Apologies. I'm still adjusting.
We understand, You continue to be under oath, Mr. Danikas.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Danikas, I was going to ask you to take us through the incident described at paragraph 53 to 56 of your statement, and to also remind you that when Major General Booysen was interviewed on television on the 13th of December 2025, he said that that torture video that is described here could have been taken in Guantanamo Bay. Can you just take us through that torture video, why you think it's important and what does it show?
I beg your pardon,
Chair?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Danikas. It will be helpful, Counsel, when you go through the statement. Remember, we only got it almost this morning.
Yes.
We have not had an opportunity to read it. Take us to paragraphs as you move along. It will make it easier for us to locate the points that you are making. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Danikas, perhaps can you just describe the incident that is mentioned at 2004, case 297/0204? What had happened there?
Certainly, Chair. So, to give some context, because I had an electronics store and I was allocated at what I call Cato. It was like at Smith Street, which was in the middle of the town. Often, I will get customers which they had IT equipment like laptops, computers, and they would be often stolen. So I developed a certain tactic, shall I put it this way, a way to break the passwords, going faulty computers or tablets, do like a forensic reconstruction and recover information that will allow me to trace the original owner and then link it to a case number that has been reported to the police station. Many of my cases actually were involved hijacking and serious actually crimes out of it. In this particular case, a suspect comes in with a laptop, wanted a charger, and he asked me if I could take out the password that it was locked. Now, being in the business for many years, I realized that was a very expensive laptop, but I didn't go to the agency, it was under guarantee. So I book it in, I get all the particulars of the customer, I do my own thorough investigation. I find out that it was involved on I think it was a hijack case, speak of my memory, and I established a link to a case number. So then what I did is, what normally do is call the unit and say, listen, I'm working on this case, this is the case number, and I get some directions. In this particular case, the customer came back and I was a reservist, so I've booked myself on duty, and as the customer came in, I identified myself as a police officer. I saw my badge, and then I placed him in detention because he was in possession of stolen goods. Now, then I called the unit, and the unit members came to my store, pick up the suspect, pick up the stolen laptop, and they went back to the Cato Manor unit. Now, out of courtesy, because I was the person who investigated that whole background of the story and established that the laptop was stolen and the case number, I went to the Cato Manor unit. That was the first time, if I recall, I went to the Cato Manor unit for interrogation. So I followed the members, and also that way I could log the hours on my duty file. Now, what happened there was amazing. Not amazing, I used the wrong word. It was actually shocking. So as I walked in, they took the suspect casually and they stripped him of his clothes. They placed him on a chair, and then they start asking questions, whether you got a laptop. It was like interrogation. But then they took I remember two things. They had a tube, like a plastic piece of leather that they were putting over his face from the back, like this, to choke him. And also they had a blue bag, a dark blue bag, put it over his head. But they will do this so he cannot breathe. At the same time, the officers around will strike him on the ribs and hit him. Now, when I saw that, I froze. I also faintly flash back the memories of the 1999 incident where I have been to, I think, Rasborough or Queensborough, where the old murder and robbery unit was, where I went as a guest and I see something similar. So I said, this is ridiculous, I haven't signed for that. So because I had one of the first generation of smartphones, which had a little camera on it, and they knew I was Greek, they knew I was joking, I was talking to my parents in Greece. So what I did is, those phones had a button on the side that if you program it, you press it, you could actually program your ringtones. So if you press that button, a ringtone comes out. So now I press that button and a ringtone comes out, and it sounds like somebody was calling me. So that I do this on purpose, so I can pretend I'm calling or I'm talking to somebody, which I pretend was my mother in Greek, and I turn and I point in that direction so I can have, from a distance I can have an overall panoramic view of what's happening. So I managed to take 3 small video clips, not the best resolution because, like I said, it was the very first technology. So I managed to take 3 little bursts, shorts, and then I said, okay, guys, I'm going to leave. I have a job to do. I didn't want to tell them I'm leaving because I don't approve that, because I will spook them. So I said, okay, I got to go. And I left the scene, the Cato Manor unit. When I came back, I was in shock. The first thing I did was discuss with my wife. At the time, she was my girlfriend, Shelly-Ann, and that girl, always guided me and gave me also some very good advices. I own a lot of her. So she told me, Ari, this is ridiculous, this is bad. She was in shock. You gotta tell Johan. I said, yeah, I agree with you. I have to tell Johan because Johan Booysen is a friend, and B, the commanding officer. He's the boss. He needs to know what those guys are doing. To us, that was like shocking. What I did later on, I don't recall how many days went by, but I said to him, Johan, when you got my shop, I need to talk to you something serious. So he came to my store. Now, Shelly-Ann, my wife, was also present. And I said to him in the video, I said, look, this is what the guy's doing. Look what you're doing at that new unit of yours, at Cato Manor. So you look at the video, to our surprise, you remember my wife, he goes, that's my boys. That's how we're getting results. That's how we're getting confessions. And he says to me, get rid of this. Don't show it to anybody. You get into trouble. He also asked me, and that's quite interesting, I had a laser printer, a professional color brother laser printer. And he asked me to take a screenshot of a specific video frame that displayed one of the Cato Manor officers, and he wanted me to print him an A4 large picture frame of that because he had a problem with that officer, and he told me he wanted to blackmail him. That's exactly what happened that day. But after that, I found it very difficult to be invited to the Cato Manor unit. Next time I went to the Cato Manor unit, I remember they had a green plastic bucket. And every time I'll enter, and others, will collect the cell phones and put them in the bucket. And that made me understand that Johan Booysen, instead of go and follow the procedure, because at the time I considered external disclosure, he actually sold me out and told the guys that this guy is taking video, be careful. And that's how they knew, and they start removing my cell phone next time I was going to the Cato Manor unit. Thank you.
Yes. Could you look at paragraph 56, where you've attached the video, and then if you have it readily with you, play it for us.
Apologies, I cannot play the video.
Okay, apparently there's an arrangement by the attorneys. They will
Yes.
play it. Sorry, I wasn't aware of that arrangement. It's clear who's in charge here. Who's doing it? Okay, yes, please. Just stop there. So, Mr. Danikas, can you just comment on what you are seeing? Just go to the beginning.
Okay.
Just where it starts.
Would you like me to speak now?
Council, we have forgotten to caution.
Oh, sorry.
the
Yes,
parties.
we did. Thank you, Madam Chair. We have to issue a warning to sensitive viewers that the material that will be played demonstrates torture, which is sensitive for sensitive viewers. Okay.
Mr. Danikas,
Yes, Madam Chair.
you heard what Council was saying, that we have to sensitize sensitive members of the public about what we are about to see on the screen. You understand that?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank
And I
you.
agree, some of the material very graphic.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, you can continue. Just stop there. Yes, Thank you. Mr. Danikas, there's a sound coming from which is causing an echo. It looks like it's been sorted. Mr. Danikas, I need you to comment because in your statement, paragraph 55, you specifically mention certain names, Rakesh Maharaj, Inspector Varesh Pandey, who were present. Could you just help us there?
Right here, the faces are not visible. On a further video, I will be able to identify the two subjects.
So you want it to be played further?
But if I may comment on that particular scene,
Yes.
give some narrative. As you can see, it's exactly what I described. There is a blue bag, and they're doing this to the bag so he can get suffocated. He's naked. The suspect is naked. Also, you can see the one police officer's shoe and how he's holding the knee down. Now, if the chair can recall, in 1998 or 99, when I was a guest and visited serious and violent crime or murder and robbery unit at the time, that was what they were doing. So the suspect, according to them, would not urinate out of fear. Apparently, by holding down his knee, he's not gonna do this and urinate everywhere. And that's why they were putting you can see the shoe is on the actually knee of the suspect.
Yes. I need you to identify the people as per your paragraph 55.
Can we play further down then, please?
Okay.
Sir, there are 3 video clips in sequence. We'll have to go to the next one.
All right. Okay, let's start.
Okay, who composed there?
Yes, all right.
All right. The gentleman on the left, that he's standing up and he's got like a dark short sleeve, I think it's black. That is Rakesh Maharaj, which I believe he's deceased. Then Varesh Pandey is, if we look at straight ahead and to the right, the gentleman standing on the background, also with a black shirt, and he's facing the suspect, standing up. That is Varesh Pandey.
Yes. Thank you. Can you just confirm that you are the one who actually took this video? It didn't come from Guantanamo Bay?
Of course. And if I may add that if one has to look at unrelated video footage of the Cato Manor office, they will match furniture, texture of the floor, chairs, as well as the specific design of the windows and the layout.
Yes. So
But to verify it's the Cato Manor office.
So when General Booysen on the 13th of December 2025 says that this video could have come from Guantanamo Bay, what is your comment?
He's lying. He was aware of those video clips.
Yes, because you say in paragraph 56 that you gave it to him, because one of his defenses is that he was never aware that there were instances of torture at Cato Manor.
Not only he was aware of it, he asked me to print a picture frame, because now I remember the name. The gentleman I described on the right of the screen standing up, which is, give me a second. which is Vares Pandey. He had an argument with him, and I know details of it if it's related. And he wanted that frame of him so he can actually do something. Also, my wife was present, Celian Moffat, when I saw that video, and she specifically also remembered him laughing about it and make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, counsel had asked you to identify the people who appears in that video clip, and you only identified two, Inspectors Pandey and Inspector Maharaj. But there are three more people there apart from the suspect who appears to be seated and naked. Perhaps,
Madam Chair, apologies.
Counsel, yes, you can take us to that video clip that was depicted earlier.
Yes, I think that's where
I
we
think
are.
it is this one.
Yes.
Please take us there.
I think it's the third one.
Yes.
Just stop here.
Yes, this video clip, you described the two gentlemen wearing short-sleeved dark shirts as Mr. Pandey, or Inspector Pandey and Inspector Maharaj. Who is standing behind the suspect who is seated on the chair? The someone
Madam Chair.
standing behind.
After so many years, I don't remember the names, but I do know some of those familiar people. For example, if I see a photograph of the Cato Manor unit members, I will put a name and a face to those people. I know, for example, the person who's standing towards us on the background, and he's wearing a light-colored jean. I have identified the person, and I know who it is from his posture. The rest now I cannot identify after so many years, but they were all members of the Cato Manor unit that I'm adamant about it and I'm aware of it. If I may also add, all the investigator officer had to do is go to the case number, find the case, find the suspect, and see which members were on that particular case that day.
Now, the person who's wearing a light-colored jean, almost behind the gentleman who's sitting in front of the suspect, who is this gentleman? Do you remember?
Madam Chair, if you're referring to the person who is facing the suspect or the one behind him towards us?
Is it you? Is it you? With a light colored jean.
No, I'm taking the video, so I'm far behind. I'm not part of this group.
Now, who
You
is
can
this
see if I take a video.
Yes, who is this
It's another
gentleman?
police officer. It's another police officer from the Cato Manor unit. I just don't remember the rest of the names.
And the one who is sitting in front of the one that I have just pointed out to you, the one who's seated directly in front of the suspect, do you remember who it is?
I don't remember the names. I'm sorry. After so many years, I
Don't
cannot recall the
remember.
names.
Yes, thank you. Counsel, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so you remember two names. Why? And someone may say, why do you remember some and not all of them?
There is a distinguished future of RC, as we call him, which is, a second to got the names. Rakesh Maharaj was a very short fellow, and he had a hatchback. You can see it. He had a very distinguished haircut, square face. I remember him very well, so I can identify him. Also, at the scene, when they came and picked him up, he came to my shop and picked him.
Yes.
Suspect which identified.
Mr. Danikas, are you frozen again?
Mr. Danikas? Hello, Mr. Danikas?
Hi, ma'am. It's his network is down again.
Yes, let's wait for a few minutes and see if he can reconnect. Who is JM and KM? These initials which are appearing in front of us? Do you know, I'm asking the gentleman, the spokesperson, because you don't even have a mic in front of you. Who is JM and KM? Do you know? Speak to your mic. Who is KM?
KM is Katlego.
Katlego Morokwane.
Yes, and then H, and H is Hebron. He's the one who created the meeting.
And JM, that occasionally appears on our screen when Mr. Danikas is disconnected.
It's them on the other side.
It's the embassy.
Yes,
Yes,
and then sound, it's us.
You are sound.
Yes, so meaning our laptop, it's the one that interface sound.
Yes, thank you. Let's see if we can, thank you, sir. Let's see if we can reconnect again. Mr. Our spokesperson, do communicate with the embassy, please.
He seems to be back.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Danikas?
Yes, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, the internet keeps cutting off. It's beyond my power.
Is that your connectivity that is creating problems for you?
It is the Wi-Fi connection inside the embassy.
Oh, sorry about that. We will continue then. Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you to you.
Mr. Danikas, I'm going to skip the incident, the next incident of March 2004, February 2006, and November 2006. Those will be taken as read.
Before you do that, Counsel, you made mention of the date, the 13th of December 2025, when, I'll say allegedly, Mr. Booysen denied that he was properly identified in the video clips. I would like to, for those who don't remember precisely what actually happened in relation to the statement that he made.
Yes. Perhaps, Mr. Danikas, you can help us there, because this is a point that came from you, that Major General Booysen said on TV that this video could have been taken in Guantanamo Bay. Do you have access to that clip? I think you wanted to play it for us yesterday, and then I stopped you.
Sorry, I'm confused. Which clip are we talking about now? That's the one we just played.
No, this is the clip where Major General Booysen says that this video you've just shown us could have been taken in Guantanamo Bay.
Yes. That is the one with the torture.
Yes. The request is you show us that video.
Okay, but how can I show the video if I don't have a laptop? The
Okay.
evidence are accessed by you.
All right. Well, we will do it for you then, because we've got laptops this side. Yes. But do you remember what I'm telling you?
Yes, that's the video clip we just played. You just played for me on the screen with the 3 short clips of the torture of the naked suspect.
No. You're not understanding me. Do you remember the reaction of Major General Booysen to that video?
Indeed, he denied that this video is authentic, and he alleged that I took it, I downloaded it from YouTube or Guandam, I don't even remember the name.
Yes, all right. Thank you. All right. Well, let's see if we can find it and then play it for you.
Oh, sorry, I understand the question now. You're referring to that interview Johan Booysen made on TV after I spoke on TV.
Yes.
Anybody can browse on the internet and play it. It should be available everywhere.
Yes.
Is that the video, if my recollection is correct, you correct me, Counsel, that we viewed where Mr. Booysen's picture was not shown, but his legs were shown wearing short pants. Is that the one?
No, Madam Chair. We're coming to that now. That's Melvern and Pinetown.
Oh, yes.
Which is from paragraph 68.
Yes, thank you.
But he was on TV and said that this video could have come from Guantanamo Bay. And that's what the witness was upset about. Mr. Danikas, we will come back to this in a moment. I need you to take us through to the second video. You remember on the 12th of December 2025, I put 2 videos to Advocate Batoyi, and I need you to take us through the second video, which is at paragraph 68 to 76.
Certainly, that's going to be a very painful description for me. This case is what I called and I considered, apologies, perhaps we should also tell the audience that this is a graphic video.
Yes, it is, but I thought you would first give us a narrative before playing it. Just tell us what was going on, how did you get there? Yes.
Okay, so I call this the turning point. It's in my own, thinking Greek translated to English, it's when I had enough. I could not handle it anymore. So there were 2 reasons for that. One is what I watched, And secondly is that it was a day that I had just come back celebrating a Greek Orthodox Easter. What happened is, we went to the Greek hall as a tradition to celebrate our Greek Easter. And that's why I had my video camera and my camera ready, because I like to take photos and videos of the celebration. We returned back accompanied by my wife, Celian, as well as another couple, which was a best man of the wedding. The names are Georgiadis Arthur and Nicole. So we went back to my house and we're having a drink and we're celebrating the lovely atmosphere when Johan Booysen, together with his mistress at the time, Adalsonicus, arrived for a drink at my house. While we were all sitting in the lunch suite, socializing, a call rings. Somebody called Johan Booysen. I think it was Mostert, but I'm not sure. And what happened is they said to him, look, there is a case, there are multiple shots fired, you have to come here. So Johan gets up, it's adrenaline is pumping. He says, Eric, come, let's go, there's a crime scene. That was always a situation when I was with Booysen and there was a crime scene he'll take me with. So, and then what he does also is he says to Arthur, who is a South African Greek civilian and a friend of ours, he says, Arthur, do you want to come with and see how our unit kills the Mavro? Now then, Mavro is a Greek word for black. Now, what Johan was doing when he wanted to talk derogatory about an African person, in English he used the word Mavro because not many understood it. So he says, come with, basically to show you how we kill the Mavros. So he took Arthur with, who is a civilian, and Adalsonicus, who was captain at the unit. So we all drove there to Melvern. I think we drove in my car. We go to the crime scene, park outside, going, and I have my cameras. I saw what's happening at the crime scene. We go into the scene. I enter the scene from the, if I recall correctly, from the rear. I enter in, there's a parking lot. There's a door of the house, and then I see two cars, and then I see one dead African suspect trapped in a car. I've seen that car was tried to go through the door, and the man was inside, shot multiple times. There were bullet holes everywhere, head, body. But then to my horror, as I turn around on the corner, I hear sound and movement, and there is this African man, and he's bleeding profusely, but he can still talk, and he makes noises from sound, and he's going, I don't want to be graphic, but he's going left and right, and there's blood going all over the walls, and he's slipping into his own blood. And what I've seen as I enter was a bunch of policemen around, and they're all casually talking to each other, and it's like the Mostert says to the owner, go inside, this black something, I don't speak Afrikaans, and then give me some tissues and something about the jet ski. They were making fun, Olivia was making fun of the suspect. That's been actually recorded on one of my sound clips. While the man goes, Olivia says something in Afrikaans, and then he goes, he like makes fun of him. Then Adalsonicus goes, sits on the one corner, right next to that person who is bleeding, sits there like this, looking at him, and you can see him body language like enjoying. Sitting there like, start saying things. Now I'm busy taking video clips, going around, do what I have to do. In the meantime, I'm so shocked that nobody does anything, and I'm start mumbling and saying, we need an ambulance, guys, do something. In fact, on some of the video clips, my son's been recording and says, director, we need an ambulance. And what I'm saying is people are making fun of me and say, shame, we need an ambulance, and say stupid things. And Johan Booysen is getting irritated with me because, like he said in his book, I was nagging and I was a drama queen because I was requesting assistance. I mean, it's a natural thing to do as a human being. So then, Johan comes and tells me, listen here,
Ari, he says, listen here. The paramedics outside, and I get pressure to put them into the scene to assist, provide medical care to the suspect. But then he starts, I'm not going to let them in. I'm going to declare the scene unsafe. I don't care. Why must the crook go and get private best hospital aid while my guys are getting killed and go to government hospitals? Let the bastard die. And indeed, he declared the scene unsafe. Now, however, the civil friend of ours that was invited with, he was in the scene with us. So you declare the scene unsafe, but there's a pedestrian, a civilian into the scene with us. And then us taking photos, because that's what I do in the crime scene, I take photos. So I was the first one to take photos. Within a period of, I think, 20 minutes, 26 minutes, I took photos, various photos. And then Willie Fair stopped pointing after 20 minutes or 18, 20 minutes, I speak from a memory. He tells me, Ari, did you took the gun? I said, what gun? And then here, he points out the first suspect, which I see that he was dead already, deceased already. And then suddenly he points out a place in a very weird position where a gun is lying, which to me at least is defeating the end of physics. And the body has been moved. Because I've taken photos of that same scene and the same body. He's lying in one position. There's no gun around. Next thing, and I don't miss guns. And next thing, 15 or 18 minutes later, Captain Olivier tells me, did you take the gun? And then I said, what gun? I go close by, and the body's moved, and there's a gun there standing upright, which is crazy to my humble opinion. After that, the suspect finally started, I can see he's now dying. So I said, you know what? I'm going to focus on that suspect. I'm going to focus on his face. I'm going to focus on him because I know the truth must come out. He has a voice. He's a human being. He's not a dog. He's a person. And that scene, a question, why I focus on that person's face. And it was a haunted me for the rest of my life. I had sleepless night watching this. And I thought to myself, one day the truth will come out. After he passed away and that person died, Johan Booysen told me, pick up the R5 cartridges, basically the long cartridges, that they are not from a 9mm short. We knew what an R5 cartridge looked like, the long ones. Tells me, Ari, pick up the long cartridges and hand them over to Mosey, Mustard, or Willie Fair. So I start picking up those cartridges, follow the instructions, hand them over to Mosey and Willie Fair. In fact, my civilian friend who was next to us at the crime scene, naive, picked up some cartridges to give them, and I even shouted at them, what are you doing? I said, don't do that. And he gave me the cartridge to my hand. Arthur has sent an email to that. So, everything's done. Voices become let's go now. We leave the scene. During the crime scene, he was giving directions. We left the scene, we go back to my house. I'm not like, me and Arthur were like in shock. We're like, white. We go back, we don't even speak. So the first thing I do when I go in, I say, oh my God. And I said, Johan, look what I've got on video. And I plugged my video camera recorder to my TV, and everybody now who was in that house of mine, we're watching those videos. And then I see Johan Booysen get white in the face, saying something. He gets up, and then he tells, in front of everybody heard that, Ari, get rid of this video, you get into trouble. And he walk away. That's what I have to say about that scene.
Yes, I need you to take us through the videos or the pictures to support what you've just described.
Before he does that, Counsel, if we can remind Mr. Danikas that as we finish our task as a panel, we have to provide a report to the President accompanied by the entire record of these proceedings. Now, when you speak, making gesticulations, For instance, when you say they have their hands like this, the record won't be able to pick it up. You can do that, and if possible, explain where you were folding your arms to show that these people stood there with their hands folded. If he doesn't do that, counsel, just assist there so that we can have a complete record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Danikas, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, so you can guide us on the sequence of these videos because, as I understand, you are the person who took them. So they will be played now for you by our attorney.
And these are the videos referred to at AD 10. Am I correct?
Is that correct?
For page 4 of 19, the top
Madam Chair, I thought
paragraph.
these were. Sorry.
Which ones are those? Or are we still at A9?
So we are at paragraph 69, Madam Chair.
69.
Yes, AD 11. I think you said AD 11.
AD 11.
Yes, then you were correct. Yes, the two previous sins, I've skipped those over and
Yes.
they should be taken as read.
Thank you. So we are now at paragraph 69, those videos, AD 11. Thank you. All of them, AD 11, AD 12,
yes,
AD 13, and AD 14.
Yes, Madam Chair, there are 4 of them.
Thank you, Counsel.
Yes. He knows what he's doing. Okay. All right.
Tell
if you
us
can-
which one is AD 11, and because I see AD 10 on the screen, which was the one that I referred you to earlier.
Yes, that's AD 10, actually.
Yes.
I'm not sure if they've got this right.
Would you like to move on?
All right, just play that because I think it's still the same scene. Mr. Danikas, feel free to comment.
Prosecutor Lucas, because it's got some already in the well, Nani, you got some toilet paper, some weight. Just put a bit of water on it, just put blood on the
Yes, what are we looking at there at AD10, Mr. Danikas?
Sir, it's exactly what I described earlier on. An African suspect bleeding on the corner, while that was Mustard, or Moses as we call him, says something about bliscum and tissues, or I can't remember, it's Afrikaans, which I don't speak also, mixed. And the man is there rolling, and he's talking to the owner or doing other things. I'm on the background taking video. Whatever I can chance I have, I get the video.
Yes, because I see that the suspect did stretch his legs. Well, the so-called suspect, because we have no idea if this was a genuine suspect. But anyway, the gentleman who is lying down there does stretch his leg. What is the significance of that?
That was a suspect which, when I walked into the scene, for the past 20 minutes, I was, sorry, I get interference from the IT department. They're talking to me and I can't concentrate. It's something urgent. I don't know how to handle this. I can't hear. I'm sorry, Chair, but somebody open the door is talking to me. Okay, they closed the door on the left. So I can proceed. Apologies about that. It's out of my control. So I was saying that this is a suspect, but for a period of time, he is alive, bleeding, talking. In fact, if my memory corrects me correctly, there are videos before that which is more alive, as I may say it, and he's making noises. And everybody's casual around them, and they talking about other unrelated things.
Yes, and the gentleman that's
understand.
standing there carrying something like a torch is Mr. Mostert.
That's mustard, yes.
Yes, all right, thank you. Let's move on to the next one.
Boss, keep your door closed, Nani, because there's blood cells rolling. Well, Nani, you got some toilet paper? Give me some wet. Just put a bit of water on it, but I've just got blood on me now.
All right, thank you. I think that's the same.
Sure, I think that's the same one we played earlier on.
Yes, you're correct. So that's actually AD 11.
Somebody's calling me.
Can we move on to the next one?
People al hoe nader.
Finished. Was hier uitgegroet? Finished, ja. The book.
Shame, is jammer dat die ambulans gaat so lank.
Shame, we need an ambulance quickly.
Shame.
We need an ambulance, hey. Director, we need an ambulance quickly.
That dog is tracing something. I hope he gets the other suspect.
All right. What's going on there, and who's the person who keeps on saying we need an ambulance?
I've been saying many times we need an ambulance. Before and in between the videos, Johan Booysen is laying over. He's got his famous shirt of FBI. You can see it's written FBI on the side. I know exactly how he got this FBI shirt because I also got something from the FBI who came to visit us that day. So he's wearing that FBI shirt. He's there. He goes over to make sure the suspect is dead. Then he says something in Afrikaans, which it was translated to me later on. Groet, he met his maker, or good, he's dead. I'm not sure what it means. Adal is standing on the side making fun, saying, shame, we need an ambulance. And that's what I can say about this.
So the two people, maybe let's just go there that you can identify the people there that are on this video.
People al hoe nader.
Can you just stop there? So who is Ms. Adele Sonikas and who is Major General Booysen between these two?
Yeah, well, there is one female. You can see that she's a female lying on the left with a white long sleeve top on the left. And then it's Johan Booysen who's holding a roll of tissue. He's wearing a light gray or white Bermuda shorts, and he's got a top black shirt, which it will say FBI on the one sleeve.
Yes.
If I recall correctly.
And you say what was told to you, what he says there, is that it's good he's died.
So I tried to translate that, so I asked people that speak Afrikaans translate it, and they were debating that he says, groet, he met his maker, translation, or good, he's dead. I'm not sure which one of the two it is.
Well, they mean the same thing. Thank you very much.
I know that he was happy of seeing a man dying like that.
Yes, now, you mentioned this thing about, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Danikas, just leave the picture, the video where you had stopped. Yeah. Mr. Danikas, you saying to us that the gentleman in a dark shirt and a white Bermuda is General Booysen. How do you know? Because we don't see his face, and we just see his torso in the middle. How do you identify him, or how can you identify him positively as Major General Booysen?
Multiple points. First of all, we drove together there. I know his voice. I know his posture. I know what he's wearing, I know his clothes, that FBI shirt. And he drove with me there. It's also, he hasn't denied. He said publicly that was not seen. It's in his book.
And as a follow-up, you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said when he got the call about this incident, you were sitting together. Or you were together?
Yes, Madam Chair. We were at my home.
Okay. Was he wearing the same clothes?
Correct, Madam Chair. We drove straight from my house. I recall, I think we drove my car. We always used to go with one car. And we drove from my house straight to that scene. It was an unexpected scene.
Thank you. So I wanted to just confirm the point we were making earlier about saying we need an ambulance, Director, we need an ambulance. How did he react to that?
You will hear at the end of the video, he goes, Ari. And then I close the video because he came to speak to me. You will hear saying, Ari. He addressed me. And I go, Yebo. And now I'm very stressed. I'm like, Yebo, and I'm following orders. So I put the video because he's talking to me, and he takes me to the side, and that's when he told me, look, this is the situation. As I said earlier, I can repeat myself. I don't want this man to get medical private care. My guys, when they get shot, they go to government hospital. So I have declared the scene unsafe, and I'll wait for him to die. That's it.
Thank you. So if we look at AD 13, was that 13?
And we at 14 because at the bottom of what we saw earlier, Council, was AD 13 bracketed 2. Is there another AD 13?
Madam Chair, apparently we should be playing AD 12.
Yes, they jumped to AD 12.
Yeah, yes.
There you go.
Somebody's calling him. His phone is on. There's one afterwards. Like, what is it laid out? Hey, don't get fucking down.
Thank you. Mr. Danikas, what were we looking at?
This picture was taken, I recall, as I first entered the scene with a cell phone, because the lighting is very dark. It's not the same quality as the video I took later on, unless it was the same camera, but the setting for the exposure was different. I'm not sure. But what's important in that video clip is the sound and the movements. I said earlier on that the suspect was making lots of movements and he was slipping in his own blood. Now then, you can't hear somebody saying Afrikaans or in Zulu something, which I don't know what it means. That was Whistleblower. I know his voice, I identify his voice. And then when the suspect goes, you hear somebody goes, he's making fun of him. And again, that was Whistleblower imitating that poor man's suffering in his voice. That's what I have to say about the scene.
Yes. And then the last one, AD 14.
Maybe just before, just one thing. You say, Mr. Danikas, you say that this person clearly from the video clip was actually moaning in pain, rolling and so forth. But then you say there is also a voice in the background of someone who is trying to mimic him by the sound and you say that person is Mostert, or you said it's Olifir, I beg your pardon, and you say that person is Olifir. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then AD 14.
Ja, ik weet van jouw vrouw is gezegd. Ik heb vanochtend aan mensen zeggen, kijk, twee. Die was wel
Yes. Mr. Danikas, why is that important?
As you can hear, there's a whole bunch of people speaking. You can hear Adal Solikus, and I can hear the voice of Johan Booysen speaking in the background in Afrikaans. I know both of the voices very well, so I can clearly state that's the voices. Now, I don't understand what they're saying. I don't speak Afrikaans. And that's the point where I was so disgusted about what I've seen. And I said, I'm going to record that scene, and I'm going to go public with it eventually.
Yes, you mentioned earlier that there was something about the placement of a gun. Can you just take us through that?
Sir, I might not be a forensic qualified expert, but I've been to many crime scenes, complicated scenes, and I've processed it as a crime scene investigator. So, if you go to the previous, one of the videos where Adal Sonicus, Captain Adal Sonicus, was standing, and in front of her is Johan Booysen bending over looking at the body. What I've done is, a source sent me while I was in Greece, I will call it IPD, I'm not sure, docket of the report of that scene, you know, when they came over after we left and they do the work. And I compare their evidence, their photos, with my own photos and videos, which I found them to be more accurate because I was the first in the scene to capture those photos. So, where Adal Sonicus is standing, there is a very short distance between the car in the front, that red car I think, and her. She stands against the wall. Right next to the wall there's a door. So, the space where she's standing, I measure the tiles, the floor has tiles. So if you do a reconstruction of the scene, you'll see that there's some tiles and there's a gun there. So actually you can calculate that this gun that magically appeared, and I did not take a photo of it, apparently, a dog stands on it, and the gun is cocked. Now, nobody with a bit of training and common sense will stand on evidence, and especially a cocked gun, because your feet will go over it. So when I reconstruct the scene and I compare the photos, I could see that there's no way there's a gun there, because a dog stands on the same place where the gun's supposed to be later on, and that belongs to the suspect apparently.
Yes. Maybe we could just look at, which one are you saying? Is it AD 14? Just to confirm what you're saying.
It will be the video, and then the photos.
Yes, let's first look at AD 14, which is a clearer picture of where the suspect is lying.
Ja, waar is dit? Ter een man en een vrouw. Van een hospital. Ja, ik weet van de vrouw is gesprek. Ik heb nog daar van mensen gekeken. Twee. Die was wel op.
Yes, Mr. Danikas, that's the...
Apologies, Chair, that's not the one.
That's,
It's the
okay.
previous one where Adal and where Johan Booysen with FBI shirt leaning over.
Is that the one?
That's the one, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So what are you showing us here?
Okay. Now, if you look where the female is standing on the left, Captain
Yes.
Sonicus, now you see there is where she's standing, if we make a visual note of that, and then if we go into the photos, the official IPD photos, where they've taken a photo of the alleged suspect's gun, and it's marked. You look at this photo, it is impossible that Adal Sonicus can stand there, because the gun is there, apparently. Perhaps we need to look at the photos.
Do you have the photos? Because we don't have them.
It will have been on that email I sent to the NDPP with the analysis I made.
Yes, I see. So where would those be? Is that the one referred to in paragraph? Okay, it's going to be flighted now. So just to tell us, I think the attorneys...
There you go.
Yes.
Is it possible to zoom that?
So this is a report by Captain Mangena. So your point is, if you look at next to that yellow object where the firearm is, that's precisely where Ms. Sonikas was standing.
Correct. If you can play the video, you'll see and compare it.
All right, let's just do that. Yes.
Wie wil al die nader?
There is a, yes.
Wie wil al die nader?
That's fine. I should just show her feet. Yes. Is this what you are talking about?
Correct. Sure.
Yes. So what conclusions are you arriving at here?
There was no gun there when I was taking that video, because I'm standing right next to Adal Sonicus. So where's the gun? We both kind of crumble into the gun, a cocked gun, and we were trained not to contaminate evidence. So here we have Johan Booysen walking through a little corridor, like 2 tiles apart. Adal Sonicus standing exactly in the position of the gun, and I'm right next to her, next to us, a door. So there is no gun there. Otherwise, we'll have trampled into the gun. It just doesn't make sense. There was no gun there. The gun was planted afterwards.
Yes. Well, the picture that you saw earlier is from a report by Captain Mangena, the ballistic expert, who also came to the same conclusion, that there was no gun at the time of the so-called shooting. But the point I wanted to ask you, Mr. Danikas, is really this. I mean, you've now shown us direct evidence of Major General Booysen personally involved in, according to your version, saying a suspect should not be called an ambulance for, a firearm being placed. And we have this very odd scenario here where he just says, no, he was never involved. He didn't know what the Cato Manor people were doing. He would come to the scene after the event. What do you say about that version?
He's lying. He was the godfather of the unit, if I may use that word. Nothing went through without him. He will know exactly what happened. He even told us many times, guys, if you do something wrong, it's okay. Just let me know about it in advance so I can fix the problem. Don't get caught. I need to know so I can fix the problem. I can make the problem go away.
Yes. And you say this particular scene was the turning point for you. Why?
Let me try to control my emotions and try to be logical about it. Look at the scene. Look at the people, how they treat that person as an animal. You don't even treat animals like that. Look how they're derogative, how they carry on like there's nobody there. There's not a human being there. It's like he doesn't exist. He doesn't suffer. He's not a person who deserves to live and get medical attention. It's my Easter also. It's like I just came from Jesus Christ's resurrection. It's like I'm an Orthodox Greek and I'm saying to myself, what am I doing here? What is all this? I don't have anything more to say. And that's what made me, 2007, made me say, I need to get out of that. I cannot stand that. It's ugliness. But then the whole unit knew that I had investigated them, I had evidence. They had broken into my house a few months ago. They went straight to my office. They didn't even took my firearm, my shotgun. They didn't took my safe. They only took IT equipment. I had death threats, and within a period of a year, a couple months, I left.
Yes. Madam Chair, I'm ready to move to the next scene, which are now we have even the previous one is now within Captain Mangena's territory. But the next one is paragraph 77 and 78. So I'm not sure if I should proceed now. It's 26 minutes past 1.
Yes, thank you, Council. I think this is an appropriate moment to pause for a lunch break. Mr. Danikas, we are going to pause for lunch. It is, in terms of South African time, 1:30. We will come back at 2:30. Will that suit you?
That's fine, Madam Chair. I've made myself available. Only in the event that my mother's condition worsens, she's in hospital, critical with palliative treatment, only then I will be asked to be excused.
Yes, when that moment arrives, do alert us, then we will pause. You are still under oath?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You are adjourned for lunch. Good afternoon, Mr. Danikas.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
You continue to be under oath.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It looks like he's blurry again, but maybe he can hear me. Mr. Danikas, can you hear me?
I can hear you very clear, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we finalize the video recording Mr. Major General Booysen on the 13th of December 2025? It has now been spotted by our attorney.
Okay.
You saw the claim from Danikas there. How do you respond to that?
Well, Stephen, those allegations have been traversed and ventilated ad infinitum, ad nauseum, at various fora, inter alia, in the decision to re-prosecute us by Sean Abrams on their own version. They had obtained the video material from Mr. Danikas, and despite the fact that it had been at their disposal all along. And by the way, let me just make this comment. The so-called video evidence is not authenticated. It's completely irrelevant. No one was prosecuted for any of those alleged atrocities. May I remind you, the one video that was shown might as well have been a scene from Guantanamo Bay, because you cannot distinguish who, what, where, and how that is. Secondly, the second video that was produced, I invite anyone to go and have a look at it and see if anything wrong has been committed on that video. To get back to his allegation that he had written to Advocate Patoy to reinstitute prosecutions, well, I find that a bit amazing. He's not a complainant or a victim. He claims to be a whistleblower, which I seriously doubt, but I would not go into those details. But be that as it may, those videos have been in the public domain since 2008. He has placed it on YouTube. It had been in the possession of the prosecutors. And with regards to the latter issue that you mentioned, the shooting of the youngster, Quasi and Global, I think his name was, that matter ended up in court. That's one of the cases where Colonel Padiachi was charged, he was prosecuted, it went to court, and he was found not guilty, he was acquitted.
Okay, but as we heard at the inquiry, particularly in the case of Quasi and Law.
Thank you. What do you say in response to that, Mr. Danikas?
What can I say? The man is lying. He's lying straight at the camera. Staring at the camera in front of the audience in South Africa. I mean, that video hasn't been there is interruption again. Can you...
Yes, I think there is also a connection problem again.
Counsel, I think we should pause for the last time, maybe, to enable the spokesperson to phone the embassy. Spokesperson, just find out from them what challenges are they encountering. If this goes on and on and on like this, we may have to pause for the day. That will enable Mr. Danikas to attend to his personal engagement.
Yes, it looks like he's still frozen.
Yes.
So we are in your hands. It might be that.
I can hear the sound.
Do you hear us, Mr. Danikas?
Madam Chair, I can hear you. The picture is freezing. The IT is here now to switch over. to a better network. So if you bear with us for a minute, we can quickly switch over network on the Wi-Fi.
Yes, thank you. Just a few minutes. Councillor would like us to pause for a few minutes outside as they attend to this problem.
Yes, Madam Chair. I suspect, though, that even if they switched the network, it will still have to be tested to see that it won't give us the same problems. So there will still be a little bit of time delay. Because even this was tested yesterday and we were assured that it will work smoothly. So if we are to adjourn now, it will probably have to be about 30 minutes just to make sure that the next connection.
Okay, we are back on a different network. I don't know if that will solve the problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but I still suspect that we will encounter the same problems because I'm just looking at how blurry your image is.
They've become better now.
I think it's getting better now. We are now in the same network we were prior to the lunchtime, and that was a good network, I believe.
All right. Maybe let's proceed and see. If it's not improving, we will then have to take decisions at that point.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Danikas, we lost connection when you were responding to the claims that are made by Major General Booysen about the videos. And by the way, one of the points he makes is that these videos have been in the possession of the National Prosecuting Authority and have been in the public domain since at least 2008. And yet we have the evidence of Advocate Shamila Batoi, who claims to have been ambushed about these videos when they were played on the 12th of December, 2025. Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, indeed. I started a channel on YouTube in early 2009 where I uploaded those specific video clips. In 2012, on the very first meeting at the same South African embassy where I am now, I handed the same digital evidence to General Mabula and his team. So in 2012, the National Prosecuting Authority had exactly those evidence. Then again, on our second meeting and our third meeting, which the last one was in 2016, again, I handed over the evidence, and this time we did it forensically correct, which is by the book, sealed it on evidence bag, and signed for them. So the evidence were all along since 2012 at the possession of the NPA.
Yes. And what do you say about his other claim that these videos, specifically the torture video, has not been authenticated because that's the only video he takes issue with. He seems to accept the second video. He just says that they acted lawfully there.
Chair, I consider myself an electronics expert. I know what authentication means. These are video clips I took personally from an early stage cell phone. Now, it is very easy for an expert to analyze that digital evidence and look at the metadata within that has embedded dates on it. Also, it corresponds with the early model's resolution, as we call it, which it doesn't allow you to take more than a certain seconds of video due to their limited memory capability of those early phones. And that's why I took a couple of seconds, three short consecutive video clips. So that video clip consists with 2003, 2004 technology of the phones that were available in South Africa. But I mean, this is exactly how Johan Booysen has escaped accountability, to my humble opinion, on technicalities. That's how he avoided scrutiny on my evidence, because for 7 years, he opposed technicalities in order for my video evidence not to reach us so far as we are now. Thank you.
And he also says that the second video, that's the video in Melvern, and there's nothing wrong there.
Well, Chair, I'll leave this to everybody to apply the minds. I mean, here you have, video doesn't lie. Here you have video on high definition that you can hear sound, you can watch a suspect bleeding, you can see policemen casually walking around, making fun of the suspect, wishing him to die faster, make comments, good, he's dead, and things like that. I mean, that's all I have to say. There's definitely something wrong with that scene.
Yes.
If that had happened in Greece or in Europe, those officers will be what we call aftoforo, which means the same day they will be locked up, pending an inquiry.
Well, they should have been locked up here.
Mr. Danikas, have you familiarized yourself with the terms of reference of this inquiry?
Some of them, I'm not a legal expert, Madam Chair, so please guide me.
What I want to bring to your attention is that this inquiry is an inquisitorial process. It's not a trial court. Do you understand that?
I do now. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Madam Chair.
The point raised about the authentication of this video clips, footages, having now been aware that this is not a trial court, is not necessarily relevant for the determination of the issues at hand in terms of the terms of reference. Do you understand that? Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Apologies, Madam Chair. I got a bit confused with that sentence.
Well, it may be a matter for argument, Counsel.
Yes.
Yeah, he may not understand the legalese.
Yes.
But I'll leave it at that point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, we were about to move to paragraph 77 and 78. Now, in paragraph 78, that is another scene which involves Mr. Kostas Sforakis. But there's something interesting here is that General Booysen is at the crime scene, but he specifically says, I cannot be seen in this crime scene. Can you take us through that?
Certainly. So, must I start from the 78 or 77?
77.
Okay. So, I received a phone call from Johan Booysen, and that was on the 23rd of November 2007. Now, remember, due to my activity and inquiries and making secret videos, the unit stopped inviting me to interrogations. But because Johan Booysen called me to go to the Cato Manor unit for that particular case, I was accepted and I went there. So, on my arrival, I was briefed that there was a Greek national, Mr. Kostas Sforakis, who was arrested at OR Tambo International Airport. And I remember that case because I'm Greek, so I can relate to that scenario of Olympic Airways and how they stopped him inside the airplane with his wife, South African wife, while they were ready to take off for Greece. What the police authorities have discovered, it was that Mr. Sforakis owned a pawn shop. And apparently he was buying stolen watches of high value, Rolex watches, and he was giving orders to criminals to go and steal those watches. He will then buy the watches, fly to Greece, make a few non-stop flights. Olympic Airways those days had a non-stop flight to Greece, sell the watches, and come back. So that's why apparently they stopped him inside the plane just before he took off, arrested the suspect, drove him all the way to Durban, and then the Cato Manor unit interrogated him. So because I was Greek and I could speak Greek, they invited me to go there in the presence of Booysen. That's a crucial point because, like I said before, had Johan Booysen not invited me to go there, I wouldn't have been to that interrogation due to the fact of my previous history of obtaining videos. So what happened there is again the same scenario. After, in the beginning, they start talking to Zburakis and ask for a few details. They undress him casually, he was naked, and the interrogation turned to a torture. At this point, as they start interrogating the suspect, and then they start torturing the suspect, you have Booysen says, I cannot be seen here now, I need to leave. And Booysen left, and I follow him a few minutes later.
And why did he say that he cannot be seen? He has to leave.
Perhaps he was afraid that I was holding a secret video device or I could talk. He knew by then that I was of risk. He was spooked, as we say.
Yes. And could I ask you to then turn to the Berea?
May I request cell phones must be switched off or be placed on silence? They are interrupting our recording.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask you then to deal with the Berea incident, which is at paragraph 79 to 81, and maybe you can start by giving us a narrative.
So, now this is quite an interesting case because on the 24th of May 2008, I happened to be out with a friend of mine, again, that friend Arthur Georgiadis. It was a boys' night out. So it must have been a Saturday or a Friday because we'll go out Friday or Saturday. And we were out going to a nightclub. So I received a call from Mustard. That was a strange time to call me and to get a direct phone call from Mustard in such a late night. It was a bit interesting or unusual. And he told me, hey, boss, where are you? I said, I'm out. He says, are you close to Morningside? I think it was Morningside. Come here. And he gave me an address. Yes, it is 5th Avenue, Morningside. So I said, okay, I'm coming there. So I took a drive there. And then as I entered close to the scene, I saw cars, I saw police there. And there was a fence, there was a building. And then straight away, I kicked into that crime scene investigation mode. I had my kit in the back, so I put my jacket, that crime scene investigation jacket. I said to Arthur, wait, I'm coming now. And I left my car and I walked into the front of the garage where I can enter from the gate and enter the parking lot where apparently a suspect has been shot. As I tried to get in, Willie Fear, by the time I think was Superintendent Willie Fear, stopped me and said, I'm not going to let you come in. I said, what do you mean? I said, you guys told me to come here. And now you tell me you don't want me to come in. He says, no, you have nothing to do with this investigation here. I'm not going to let you come in. So I felt embarrassed. So I said, Mosey, what's going on? So Mosey says, hey, boss, I don't know. Nothing to do with me. I could see from far away that there was a body lying on the floor. And then I said, Mosey, what happened? So Mosey told me, no, man, I saw this lighting. So, okay, and then I left. That's it. That's what happened that particular night. Now, I phoned Booysen the next day because, again, it was very embarrassed, very offended of what happened. And Johan says to me, don't get involved. Willie Fear is cross with you. Don't worry about it. Then Mosey came to my shop. Now, Mosey used to come often to my store because he was also a very good customer. He would buy a lot of computers from me and pay cash. So I asked him, Mosey, what happened? He said to me, hey, man, I saw that light a few times. I tried to help him. He fell down the window and I shot him. That's it. That's what he told me. But he was very sarcastic about it. Mosey was always talking with codes and riddles. So then I find out that the suspect was shot while he was actually falling down to his death. That's the information I have.
Yes. Now, when you spoke to Mr. Mostert, I mean, you are the only person throughout this inquiry who spoke to Mr. Mostert, who shot that suspect in Berea. Did he mention anything about the suspect posing a threat to him?
Oh, no. In fact, he told me that when he walked into the room, he says to me, because he will call him the lighting. That's how he was talking, the lighting. He says the lighting tried to jump from the window to try to jump to another window. That's what I understood that he told me. And then he told me that he shot the guy while he was falling, tried to help him.
So as he was falling down, you shot him?
That's what he told me.
Yes, but how is he helping
used the
him
word
by
shot
shooting him? I mean, according to what he's telling you, how is he helping the so-called suspect by shooting him as he's falling down?
I believe that would be sarcastic.
Yes.
That's how the men were talking,
Yes.
expressing themselves.
And you say you actually told Major General Booysen about this conversation?
Indeed, because I had this open communication with Johan. If something happened with the members, but I felt insulted or I felt something is wrong, I pick up the phone. I had this keenness to pick up the phone and say, hey, Johan, what's going on? Look what Olivier did. And that's why I said that I was embarrassed, because the committee got the scene and they won't let me go on the scene. I said, what's going on?
Yes, and you see, it's one of the cases that Major General Booysen says he knows nothing about, the Berea scene.
I believe that Johan Booysen knew every single case that involved interrogation of suspect and shooting of suspects.
Yes. Well, I mean, in this case, you don't need to rely on your belief. You say you told him directly.
Indeed, I did.
Yes. Now, you also attach at AD 17 your occurrence book entry of this incident at 4A30.
Is the page of the PDF
let's
30?
just say page 30.
Can somebody guide me, because I'm seeing the first page on page 30. Oh yes, I did find it. Correct. I didn't even remember about it. Yes, I have recorded it.
Yes, and then item
There
24.
you go. Yes, I can see it now.
Item 24. What does it say?
Must I read it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we start at 11 o'clock, because that's how we book ourselves in, 11 o'clock, and then 1 o'clock when the incidents happen. Attending scene at 5th Avenue, Morningside. Suspect shot and fell off 4th window. Inspector Mustard called me for assistance, refused to end the crime scene by soup. Soup. Okay, carries on 4A31. It says Olivier, soup Olivier. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, we can see it. Now, one of the things we've heard in this inquiry is that in Cato Manor there was a culture of events not being recorded in the occurrence book. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I don't know about the occurrence book, but because I was a reservist, I was instructed to send every month my duty log files to 3 places. One was at Reservist Kennedy's office, which was the headquarters of the reservists. One was at the Cato Manor unit, and one was at the provisional headquarters at Johan Booysen's office. In fact, I have faxed OB records with a slip on it of those being faxed to every month to the relative offices. Now, I also kept a record, which I took with me. In fact, I have all the records from 1999-2000 when my appointment certificate was issued, up until 2008, which I stopped being a policeman. I have every single OB number and my own description recorded. And that still be found at the South African Police Services as records.
Yes. You say that you left for Greece in 2008, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Which month?
If my memory serves me right, it was either September or October.
Yes, why?
It might have been September the 30th.
Yes, why did you leave?
Sir, when you are in the when you're surrounded by the Cato Manor unit, I'll put it this way, for so many years, and you've seen what I've seen, and you documented what I documented, then suddenly things are happening to me. For example, in 2006, they broke into my house on a very odd day, midday, and they chose my flat, which is again very peculiar because I'm now on the 3rd floor and we are 2 flats per floor. So normally beggars go to the ground floors. They went straight to my place at midday. They knew exactly how to open the door. They went straight to my office. They ignored a safe. They ignored a shotgun, which I have left in the house. They ignored valuables, and all they went instead to my office and they took CDs, they took IT stuff, and they went through all my IT equipment. Now, I even have a video actually of that scene straight after the burglary. And how did I find out about it? The police phoned me, my wife phoned me, because my wife was supposed to go to have a nap. She was tired and she was delayed. By the time she goes there, the security guard tells her, there was a burglary in your place because my alarm went off, and the police came there. So as I drove there, I identified uniformed officers, which I knew and I was working with. They were in my house without these officers know that I'm there. So that was the first issue.
Which officers from where? When you say it's officers you work with that were ruining your stuff at home that you knew, from where?
No. They were not from Cato Manor officers. They were just officers from crime prevention that went there to assist to my house.
Yes.
They were in the house before I go in. It was just funny that you go in your own house and you see your colleagues that you know, and they didn't know it was my home, but they attended the scene to help. So that was an issue. They said that was a very strange robbery. Had my wife was there sleeping, she would probably been dead now. Then there was a drive-by shooting where I found my store with bullet holes on the glass. Then I received phone calls at my work phone number saying, we've got a problem with you, we're gonna come after you. Then I got attacked in my store. Inside my store physically, people came and tried to hurt me. Then I get an SMS in 2008. I get an SMS on my cell phone with an advertisement for funeral arrangements. I'll never forget that. 50 rand per month for funeral arrangements. I mean, I said to myself, okay, I know what's going on here. There were so many issues. And I knew by then that the members of the Cato Manor unit thought I knew too much. And it was a matter of time before there was a botched armed robbery at my store. I ended up dead. And the worst thing that happened that I knew now that I'm in trouble was when there were 2 incidents. I recovered the laptop of, was it the Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Gigaba, those days? I can't remember exactly his position, but Mr. Gigaba had some high position in the Minister of Home Affairs in 2008. And because of what I was doing, and I was good at what I was doing, was recovering stolen IT equipment by tracing them, a African person brought me an HP tablet laptop, one of the top of the range those days. That laptop was extremely expensive and had a guarantee, but it came to me for repair and a power supply, to supply a power supply, and it was also dead. So I took the particulars down of the person like I always do. Then I went into the laptop, I took out the hard drive, I've done a forensic investigation, and I traced it to Minister Gigaba. I saw his CV inside, I saw his cell phone number. In fact, I phoned him in his personal cell phone number, and I said, hello, Minister, are you missing a laptop? I was joking about it. I found it funny. So the Minister told me, look, I'm missing a laptop. I said, good, have you? I said, this is state property. Because remember, I'm a dealer, so I can trace the serial numbers to where it was sold. And that was sold to a relevant organization and then handed, it was a government organization, handed to the minister. And I said, well, have you reported stolen or lost? He said, no, I haven't. He was like, he wasn't giving clear answers. Then I said, well, that's the person who brought it. He said, no, I know about gun, I'm very disappointed. Then I said to him, well, Minister, I'm a reservist policeman. Can I arrest him? He says, no, don't worry about it, don't do anything. My own guys, my own deputy will come to pick it up. And I said, that's strange. There's something fishy here. So I phoned Johan Booysen and I said, look, in the past I have established and we have discussed that many government officials are losing laptops. There's something happening there and they don't report them stolen or they don't report them lost. And the government is bleeding from expensive IT equipment. Can I investigate? So Johan tells me, Ari, don't be stupid. Don't do anything about it. Let it go. Of course, I did not let it go. I went to the newspapers. I phoned Barbara Cole. She came to my store. She took a photo of me while I was in the phone with the minister. And there was an article on the newspaper about it. In fact, it was then, the same day or the next day, within the period that I received that threatened message about funeral arrangements. The very next day, there was a different article about an incident and a complaint of not with the South African police force, where I said I'm going now to resign, or I'm thinking of resigning because I had enough of the South African police force. So I was basically going public that I'm thinking of resigning. The next day, Saturday morning, Johan Booysen sends 2 members from the Cato Money unit on a Saturday morning at my place, 9 o'clock in the morning, to intimidate me and said, because you're speaking to the media, we now gonna give you a verbal suspension, we're gonna take your gun away, and we're gonna take your badge away. And I'm thinking, but you can't do that because A, you haven't given me identification, this is what my legal rights are. And secondly, if you take my gun and my badge away, I'm gonna get killed. Everybody knows that there's policeman, Cato Money policeman, who's been serving the unit for so many years. He's at the shop. He's involved heavily with crime busting, and I'm not a target. I'm a sitting target. So I knew by then that I'm in trouble. And straight after that, within the period of I think few months, I left for Greece.
Yes. Now, that takes us to, I'm going to come back to the attempts to obtain your statement, but where you are right now in your narrative will take us at paragraph 100, right up to paragraph 112, which is your exposure to intimidation tactics by Major General Booysen.
Up to 112, sir?
Yes, it's 110 up until 112. So
I'm third, sir.
Yes, you've now decided by the end of 2008 that you must leave because of the intimidation by Major General Booysen. So once you left, I just want to get a sense there whether that intimidation stopped or it continued.
Sure. Now I'm thinking, those men are very well connected. They have connections everywhere. They have connections on the airports. They have access to who comes in, who comes out. So I was very cautious about how I'm going to live. What I did, I think, was a long weekend. So I pretended that we're closing for renovations. A very close South African Greek friend of mine drove us to Johannesburg. We stayed at his house for over a night. And then, in fact, he paid one-way tickets with his credit card. So, the details don't come up of the payment. And me and my wife were taken the first flight, Olympic Airways, straight to Greece. I was petrified because I knew that if it had stopped me, or if Booysen had found out that I was leaving permanently, I would pose a threat and I wouldn't be here today. When I arrived to Greece, I was so horrified that in fact I went down and I kissed the ground of the soil. In fact, my brother was laughing about it. He thought it was embarrassing. Going back home, I was again petrified because I did not own my own place. Remember, I was away from Greece for 20 years. I went to South Africa as a teenager at 17 years old. I had even forgotten how to speak Greek properly. So when I went there, we ended up living at my country house, my parents' house. And that was the very same house, but Johan Booysen and his family had been accommodated by us. His one child, Monre, he had a honeymoon and he also was there accommodated by my parents in the very same house. So now imagine I was petrified what's going to happen. So up until I get my act together and, get a Greek ID or get a Greek cell phone, and, change my identity to Greek, it took us a few months. So I'm not playing safe and I'm playing alone. And as Booysen is trying to find out what happened with his Ari, he starts sending me those SMSs on my South African cell phone. I remember I was still roaming with my South African cell number up until it expired. So he will still send me SMSs, and I have stored those SMSs. They are forensically acceptable because they are on the original South African SIM card, which I've kept for that purposes. And there are SMS saying, "How are you, my friend?" And I play along and say, "Look, I had enough of the crime. My dad is sick." So I'm going for excuses now, so I don't spook him. So then I'm saying, Johan, I decided I can't have any more of that. I'm going to stay in Greece. And then I can see Booysen is literally, he's now panicking because he starts sending me those SMSs saying, "Don't worry, my friend, don't despair. I will look after your interests in South Africa." I've got those SMSs. Now, I'm playing friendly with him because, again, I don't want to spook him. But then what happened is, time goes by, 2009, I rent my first place. I moved, I changed phone number, I get a Greek phone number, I get email address, and now I'm relaxed. I say, oh, well, whatever I could do, I did. That is South Africa now, chapter is closed for me. But when I slept the nights, I had nightmares. I could see the faces of the African people get tortured and get bleeding to death. So what I said, I'm going to do one last thing. So that period of time from 2008 while I'm in Greece up until 2009, I had downloaded from Minister Gigaba's computer some official's email address. And I started sending emails. And tried to contact, explaining about the Cato Manor, which I call audacities. I even sent to Barbara Cole, that journalist, 2 emails, explain here meticulous what I have experienced and seen in the Cato Manor unit. I've done that in early 2009. I've sent to CNN, I've sent to Al Jazeera. I had no response. So then I said to myself, I've done everything I could. As a last resort, in early 2009, I opened this channel on YouTube and I uploaded some of the videos, telling this atrocity done. I can't recall exactly what I wrote. And then I said to myself, it's the end. I've done enough for South Africa, and look what I am now. Then the most crazy thing happened. Because I kept in contact with Commissioner Pat Brown through his wife, Tilly, we were very close friends. And because Pat Brown was very afraid of Johan Booysen, we were neighbors and they would offer take a walk for afternoon tea. We were very close friends. And one night, Tilly called my wife. That was late 2008 and said, Celian, Pat has sleepless nights. He's worrying a lot about Ari. He's worried that Johan Booysen will do something bad to him. We need to see you. So that night, they came to our house, where in front of my wife, Pat Brown and Tilly said that you gotta be very careful. They know that you collecting information. They know you're asking questions. They know that you tried to get off the unit, because I just remember that I have faxed a letter to Brown to take me out of the unit. And Booysen came and told me, listen, Ari, if I take you off the unit, you're another unit, we're not gonna give you guns, we won't be able to protect you. And it ended there. So Pat now tells me, and Pat is the boss of Booysen, tells me, I'm concerned about you, be careful, something bad's gonna happen to you. And that's the only person I kept in touch as late as 2009 in Greece. And then I received an email from Booysen to my new email address. And I said, what the hell just happened? So I thought it was Pat Brown, because Pat Brown had my email address. And I confront him on the email. And he says, no, we know how Booysen is. He came here and intimidated Pat, but he didn't get from us your details. He got it from an old Greek, South African doctor of yours. And then, so Booysen now had my number or my email address. And he surprised me with an email. Suddenly, I get an email with a photo, and the photo is a photo of the unit at a weapons training session, which we all get together in early stages and get a photograph after we did a training course. So I'm thinking now, why is he sending me that photo, that email? So now he's got my details. So now I'm going to play along. Okay, he found my new email or my details and play along. So I respond. He respond, I respond. When I start talking to Sunday Times journalists, that was around 2011, I said to them, look, Booysen had discovered my new details, and what must I do? He says, no, don't spook him, because there is a pending investigation. It's going to be a pending investigation. There's something happening with the Cato unit. We're doing the investigation, also the journalistic investigation. So be friendly. And that's why I carry on gentle, respond to them. Then when the National Prosecuting Authority came to visit me, and I told them, look, this was happening, these are the emails, says to me, okay, now stop any communication with him. And I stopped any communication with him. I changed emails actually a few times. What happened afterwards is, in 2012, I think the case went out and some officers got arrested. There was a Sunday Times publication where I was identified as the Greek friend, ex-friend of Johan Booysen of the unit. And that's when the whole hell broke loose. That's when I started suffering systematic and strategic character assassination campaigns by Johan Booysen. There was a Facebook page that they were swearing at me there. They're calling me the fat Greek and pig and this and that. But okay, I could handle that. Then what happened is I get suddenly this journalist, I don't recall her name now, but it's written down, from Daily News, who was previously we had encouraged, we got to know through Daily News. So now she tells me, look, I have this statement from Miss Dorothy, I cannot recall the surname, who is the domestic worker of Johan Booysen and his family for years. And she's claiming that she identifies you as one of the police officers, that in 1998, your face was uncovered while the other officers' faces were covered with some things they put over clothes. And you were involved on the shooting of your son, who tragically died in 1998 in a police operation. And I'm going, what's this now? So the journalist says to me, well, I'm going to run the story. Would you like to respond? So I responded. I said, hold on a second. I was never in the force in 1998. This is Johan Booysen's domestic worker. I mean, this is a plot because now I'm a whistleblower. I came out and now they try to implicate me on killings and they try to extradite me back to South Africa. I said, there's my force number. I was never in the force in 1998. Johan Booysen handled all my transfers to the unit. I was straight away to the unit. I never served anywhere else. So, and how is it possible after so many decades, now suddenly Dorothy says that after I went, public about her boss. So that was the one character assassination campaign. Then it was one after the other. We're talking about, I don't know what to start from. We're talking about Noseweek. Noseweek humiliated me. There were articles one after the other with allegations that I stole money from a partner, that I left angry debtors on debt, and that's why I left, that I had tried to kill myself, and Booysen took my gun away, and that's why I left. He threw me off the force. There were so many allegations that I tried to take a whole consignment of Sahara computers to Greece. There were crazy allegations that had no substitute and no merit, no logic. And yet I could not respond because I was in Greece. And by then the NPA told me, stay away out of the media. Miami told me, stay off the media. This is a character assassination campaign from Booysen. Booysen is the source. This is the kind of problems I had. After that, I started getting messages from WhatsApp. Booysen discovered my cell phone number. So out of the blue, I think a week or within 10 days of signing my mutual legal agreement, I received a missed call from Johan Booysen through the WhatsApp. I reported that to the NPA. After that, I started getting hate messages one after the other, randomly, constantly. I did not block him because I wanted the evidence, but I never respond to the WhatsApp calls.
Yes, can you look at page 4A/79?
Can you please give me a page number? You said page number?
79 of the annexures.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can see that.
Now,
Council, which page? Please note it.
4A/79, Madam Chair.
4A/79.
Yes. Now, this is one of the messages I put to Advocate Batoyi as a clear example of Major General Booysen's attempts to interfere with the witness. Did you get this WhatsApp message?
I don't think that's a WhatsApp message. That might be a messenger on Facebook.
I see. So did you receive this message on Facebook?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I think I'm the ones reported to the NPA.
Yes. Now, I am told that Malaka is a swear word in Greece.
It means wanker, masturbator.
Yes, well, all right. But it's a swear word. Is that enough to say?
Correct. Correct.
Yes. Now, and then he says, why don't you come and testify in South Africa? How did you understand that?
Come back and I'll kill you. I mean, his favorite say was, I make people disappear. Every party he was, I make people disappear. And I know his language. I know the code. I mean, I know what's happened to whistleblowers in South Africa. We have so much evidence of whistleblowers getting silenced and killed in South Africa.
Yes. And then there is another message at 4A/80. Was this also received on Facebook?
Yes, it has the same. It has, I presume so, because a messenger and it has the face there of Johan Booysen on a plane. It's the same profile. Yes.
Now he says you tried your luck with my juvenile daughter when we were in France. What I'm interested in is the next sentence. I told you then, I will F you up. How did you understand this?
That means if you come back, I'm gonna F and kill you. Don't dare come back. That was a message, just like the message of the picture that he sent me. You are one of us, the picture of the task force training course. Remind me, you're one of us. And now he sends those and said, you're a coward. Why don't you come and testify? I told you before I'm gonna F you up, which means you come back, you're a dead man. That's exactly how the message he was giving me across.
Yes. These were all sent to the NPA, if you look at 4A76 AD23. Is that correct?
Page 76, I must go to?
76, yes.
Yes, it's attached to it, I can see now. Yes, I remember I made that email.
Yes.
I
Now,
wrote that.
when you reported this to the NPA and you showed them that you've got a witness yourself being harangued by a suspect, Major General Booysen, with an explicit threat to F you up, did the NPA do anything about it?
From what I recall, they asked me to speak to somebody in KwaZulu-Natal, a relative department in KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes. And other than that, is there anything that actually happened to address the matter that you were raising?
No, and that wasn't the first time, it was a repeated pattern.
Yes. And how did that make you feel about the criminal justice system led by Advocate Batoyi, that you've reported a potential crime and nothing happens?
You know, Chair, I felt like a second-hand South African citizen, like I did not deserve to be protected. I was completely neglected, and yet I've tried so hard to assist the South African authorities on charges. I felt like I wasn't worthy, I don't know, good enough. It was disappointing, I was frustrated because I've sacrificed so much for South Africa. It cost my career, it cost my home, my residency. I mean, I loved South Africa. I never wanted to go back to Greece. And yet here I am, and when the NPA comes back and asks 3 times to help them, here I am again going with open arms. I had nothing to win out of it. And yet, so many sacrifices, suffering, humiliation, character assassination for 7 years, for a decade nearly. And yet that's what I get.
Yes.
I thought it was a mockery.
Yes. The response is at AD 25. A response from the NPA at what page is this?
No, page, I will, please.
4A 377.
77 page then.
377.
I'm sorry, I'm on page 77.
No, it's 377.
Apologies for that. Oh yes, National Prosecuting Service. I will never forget that. Yes.
Yes, is this the response you were talking about?
Correct, sir.
Yes. Now, even when we first made contact with you, you made it clear that you are still terrified of coming to South Africa. You remember that?
Indeed, I am.
Why?
We have recent examples of whistleblowers. Well, sir, as we discussed with your team, you are aware of what I do recently. I'm considering myself an expert in the field of whistleblowing policies and dealing and supporting whistleblowers internationally. So one can understand that I have extensive knowledge of what is happening with the whistleblower protection policies and how whistleblowers get slaughtered in South Africa. In fact, it's an international movement we started, and we often say, South Africa, stop killing your whistleblowers. So I'm a classic example of how not to treat the whistleblower, because if I had to come back and testify, recently, in the past year, how many whistleblowers were lost? Even now, we had this discussion. I said, if I come back to assist your inquiry, who is going to protect me?
Yes. Is it your understanding that Major General Booysen is untouchable?
Sir, it was my understanding that General Johan Booysen and his group of Cato Manor unit were untouchable while they were in the force, and I believe up until 2025. I believe that now there is hope, and I believe that now something can be done to give justice and closure to the families of the victims. And this is why I'm here with you today. Because I believe there is hope now. They are not untouchables anymore. But yes, they were untouchables. I call them untouchables many, many times.
Yes. Now, I just want to then finalize the issue of your attempts to assist South Africa, which is what you've just mentioned, which starts at paragraph 82, 426, and then it goes on to 112435. So you've mentioned in your answer to my question that you've done what you could to assist this country to get to the bottom of what happened in Cato Manor. So just to highlight all of those things that happened since, I don't know when you were approached by the NPA, whether it was 2011 or 2012, right up until now. And you can also deal with these allegations that you were not willing to testify.
I just want to go to those chapters, if you give me a second.
So look at paragraph 82 onwards, attempts to obtain my statement at page 25.
Unfortunately, my statement doesn't have count of pages, so we were in 10.
No, look at page 82. Sorry, paragraph 82.
Thank you, that will help. 82, let's go back a bit. Just give me a second, sir.
As the witness is searching Advocate Ngcukaitobi, you will see that there's a problem with not necessarily the pagination, but the pages are top down, and there has been, I think that is from 4A38 to 4A71, and then there is a repetition of certain pages.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it will have to be-
AD15, and then I also think AD21. I just ask your juniors and attorneys to sort out this bundle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it will have to be attended to during the adjournment or first thing in the morning. Thank you. Mr. Danikas.
Sir, I am on 82.
Okay, yes. So I need you to give the panel to build on your statement that you've done everything within your power to assist the authorities of this country to bring justice to the victims of the Cato Manor unit. So just tabulate all of those efforts. I mean, I know you are upset with a lot of people, but that's okay. So,
I'm just going to be as straightforward as I can, and the truth must come out. So I covered all my attempts up until 2008 to do an internal disclosure, as whistleblowers call it. Internal disclosure is when you go through your official channel, which will be my director, Johan Booysen. Then in 2008, I left. Then I've done what I called a external disclosure by media, which is what we do in Europe. If you disclose wrongdoing and corruption and there's no lack of internal disclosure, then you go public. It's called an external public disclosure. So I've done that by sending emails to the media and sending it to YouTube. Then what happened is, I said, okay, I've done enough. There's nothing. I must now rebuild my life. So from YouTube, there was a message I received, and there was a nickname Harry or something like that, and they sent me a message saying, listen, are you aware that there is an investigation on the Cato Manor unit, and that your evidence that you have uploaded on YouTube might be helpful to the authorities. And here I'm again jumping. I say, yes, I'm here, I can help. So then they get me in contact with the Sunday Times investigative team and a journalist by the name of Stephen Hofstadter. So I'm start corresponding with Stephen Hofstadter, and then he explained me that there is a pending criminal investigation of the Cato unit and Johan Booysen, and he thinks that my evidence can provide some help. There was liaise, then I got in touch with the NPA authority, my police general Mabula, who started communicating with emails, and then they said to us that they wanted to fly to Greece in 2012 to interview me at the South African embassy in Athens. So at the time, my wife even was pregnant and also had just given birth to my first son. Even so, the baby, it was a baby, but even so, I facilitate the authorities. We met, I think 2 or 3 days at the embassy. We had endless conversations. I produced my evidence. I told them what's going on, what I had personally experienced and what evidence I had in support of it. We went through my log files, my OB numbers, photographs, etc., etc. What was interesting was that General Mabula was adamant that I must follow them with the first flight back to South Africa to sign my statement. I said, you guys are mad. No disrespect, but I said, you guys are mad. After what I've been through, after what I endured, and now I must leave my wife here with a couple of months old baby and come back to South Africa and to trust you that you're going to safely guard me there. There's no, don't worry, you're going to have armed escort, we're going to keep you only at the airport, and you're just going to sign it in international soil and fly you back to Greece. I said, listen here, buddy. I'm happy to help you. I'm not coming to South Africa to testify. You cannot, I don't feel protected. Those guys are rooted everywhere, they've got contacts everywhere, they'll know about it. I just don't feel comfortable. What I can do, however, even if I don't testify, here are my notes. Here are my evidence, my CD with my evidence. I can provide everything to you and I can help you with your investigation. So they insisted that I go back to South Africa. I said to them, no, that's not happening. Then they left, they went back, and then a communication started with the National Prosecuting Authority. I think it was Advocate Andrew at the time who got involved, and they start preparing a mutual legal agreement statement, which we agreed that I will sign and I will testify from a safe Commonwealth country, which I think it was mentioned was UK. However, the most important condition was that me and my family, I enter a witness protection system and I am safe for the duration of that pending case.
Could you just explain, we've got some evidence here that the I think you call them your draft notes that were done on the 14th of April 2012 at the South African Embassy. Now, we already have that document. There was an allegation that, no, this is not Mr. Danikas' document, and because it is not signed, etc. Can you just, in your own words, confirm that those notes actually came from you?
Absolutely. I mean, I handed in my evidence, and those evidence were bundled with notes. We sat for 2 days at the embassy, and officials were typing while I was telling them what I have seen, what I have viewed, and they went back with that evidence of mine in order to prepare a possible statement for the mutual legal agreement. But the draft, and that's what we call the draft notes. Now, I don't know why it's called the draft statement, but it was notes which I told them, take them back and use them. As long as you don't, if you use them anonymously, use them anonymously. At the time I told them to use them anonymously because, I still don't have protection. So I was with the impression that when they took my draft and my evidence, up until we secure witness protection as they promised, I won't be an official witness. I won't be listed or named an official witness. That was an assurity I had from Advocate Maema from day one. But there were my draft. There were my notes given, the information given as a whistleblower to the authorities.
Yes, I understand. I mean, I also understand that you didn't want to sign until the procedure of the mutual legal assistance was completed. But the idea that this was just manufactured and made as if it's yours is totally untrue.
Of course it is. I mean, that information came from me. I was there, present at the embassy. In fact, I have a sound recording of the whole meeting that took place at the embassy.
Yes, thank you. Just to make sure that because it's not in your current statement, but so I just want to refer to the specific document at B00451. Yes, have you got it? In file number 2 of the cross-examination bundle. So when you look at that...
Can I have the page?
No, it's not in your current statement, so it's on the screen, if you look at just on the screen.
Sir, it's so small, it's like that size, I cannot say anything. If you can zoom a bit more, thank you.
Yes. So that's what I'm talking about when I say they were not signed, but they were your notes that you gave them to the investigators that included General Mabula.
Correct. What happened is I did not type this, it was typed at the time when I was telling them what to do, they were typing.
Yes.
And then it was emailed to me. You can see Technotronic at OGR. GR is for Greece.
Yes. Yes, no, I understand, but the bottom line is that you confirm that these were your notes.
I confirmed this on my notes, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Then there was also another document that came, where's the other one? Also outside. That came shortly after this. It's not this one, it's the one that was sent to you by email. The one that sent to you by email. One second. This one. No, I think that's that one. I want to refer you to another variation of these drafts. So if you look at pay, it's going to be put on the screen. Yes, that one. Yes.
Before this one, Council, B00451, is this one of the statements that were handed in last year, if my recollection is correct?
Yes, it was an attachment to Advocate Batohi's statement.
Yes. It's helpful.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so there is... So, Mr. Danikas, there is also that statement, which is the same information, but the font is different. Can you just explain what happened there?
Sure, it's too small to read context, but I recognize the format and I recognize that that was a statement that was emailed to me and I think to my attorney, and it was a preparation for the mutual legal agreement. If my recollection, it's correct, it's been many years ago.
Yes, all right, thank you. But so you are aware of it, and that's how it was.
I'm aware of it.
Thank you very much. You know, again, we have a final situation in this case where even the statement is disputed, and people are saying Mr. Danikas, would never testify. He doesn't even know this second draft version of the statement. So you dispute that you are familiar with the statement.
I am familiar with the statement, and again, I had to remain quiet, and I was thinking of my family, and I was following directions of the NPA. The NPA said, don't speak to anybody, don't confirm anything, speak only to us, and that's it.
Yes, and then we have the final statement, which is the statement in Greek. So that's the third one, and that's the 2016 statement. So I just want, I think it's in your, it should be, yes. So if you look at AD, the Greek version appears at 4A54.
Okay, unfortunately, it's upside down on the bundle. But yes, I can recognize it. It's my statement. I was there when it was made, and the stamps and from Greece. Yes.
Yes. But just give us a narrative of, who did you consult with in preparation for this statement?
So, this is quite an interesting story now. I get those phone calls randomly, but I'm thinking that this whole thing goes away because I haven't heard from the NPA for a period of time. They come to Greece, they promise things, protection, they go back, disappear. So suddenly I get this phone call, and it's General Mabula and tells me, Ari, we need to try to find a way to get you to Greece. I said, I'm not coming to Greece. So, all right, we'll come see you in 2016 at the embassy, and we're going to bring the big boys, we're going to bring so-and-so, Advocate Maema and Advocate Dahu, who is the head of the Witness Protection South Africa, and we'll give you what you want, your protection, and explain you, blah, blah, blah. So they came to Greece again, here I am again, third time, dropped my life, tried to accommodate the South African authorities. So, at the meeting, they tried, Advocate Dahu tried to impress me with telling me how important that case is. It's a national important case, and they tried to stroke my ego thing. And my sensitivity about...
I didn't get the name, Advocate Dahu?
Dahu.
Dahut McAdam.
Thank you.
Is that correct, Mr. Danikas? His name is McAdam.
I honestly don't know how to spell it properly. Apologies for that.
Right.
But it's on my written statement.
We understand, Mr. Danikas.
So you're saying that this is now in 2016, and it is in Greece, and you have the big people from South Africa, including Advocate Maema and Advocate Dawood McAdam.
That's correct, Joe. They're coming like big shots, and they try to inspire me about this huge case and how I'm such an important witness and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not an emotional fool. I'm thinking, because I understand I'm a bit now, not hostile, but I'm skeptical now. I don't trust them. I mean, they say fool you once, shame on them, fool you twice, shame on me. But here I am again, say, okay, let me see how I can help you. So now they said, no problem. We're going to give you witness protection. We're going to put you into your preliminary witness protection. So we're going to go back to the minister and arrange your mutual agreement and your protection for your family. It's okay, perfect. Then they fly back to, I hand them my evidence on a proper way, forensically correct, which is sealed on a bag, signed. There's a procedure you do in order to be accepted as findings for a court case. So we made this procedure, hand them, again, the same evidence I had them previously, identical evidence, and maybe some extra documents and photos I found. I can't remember now. So they got evidence again, put them in a sealed bag, memory stick that they bought, they had to go buy one, put evidence in, seal them, sign, and then I was ready now for what is promised to me, which is for the mutual legal agreement to arrive and before I signed it, I was supposed to have arrangements for my safety concerns for me and my family. Nothing happened. Silence again. So I'm start phoning Advocate Maema. Advocate Maema was frustrated. I had recorded signed conversations with him, which, anybody can listen to them and they can understand the topic. So he says, look, I don't understand what's going on. I'm going to go speak now to my supervisor. Advocate Maema was frustrated and he was actually embarrassed of the way the NPA was treating me. Then I sent an email, I think, to Advocate Maema, and I said, basically, if I recall from my memory, what is happening? Are you still interested in me as a witness? I haven't heard from you. And his response was quite cheeky. And I think on the phone call also, he says to me, Ari, I won't be doing all those things. Coming to Greece, organize for a mutual legal agreement to come to Greece, to go to all the trouble if you're not a serious witness and if I'm not attempted to use you in this court case. And then he explained me of a legislation, article so-and-so, that allows the prosecution authority not to disclose all the names of witnesses because they want to protect their identity, because they're afraid that, something will happen to them. So it's okay, that makes sense. And then I said, okay, so must I sign my statement? He says, when your statement comes, you must sign it. Now, I never heard from him again. No MLA agreement, I was waiting. Then the funniest thing happened. And I say God works in mysterious ways. There's a Greek producer here in Greece who produced a short documentary about my life and about my ordeal with the South African Police Services and the Cato Manor unit. It's called The Witness in Greek. So now, what happens is actually quite funny. The magistrate, the judge, who was appointed at the mutual legal agreement of Interpol in Greece to allocate me after he had received the mutual legal agreement from South Africa, he could not locate me because somebody forgot to write my contact details and my attorney's details. The judge thinks that was deliberately done and it was sabotage. So now he's watching this documentary on TV and he says, hey, I'm looking for that guy. I'm looking for that witness. He needs to come and sign his mutual legal agreement statement. So he phones that Greek journalist who made the documentary and says, listen, can you get Aris because I need him, the statement has arrived. Now the journalist said, well, I cannot give you directly the details. We have an ethic of confidentiality. I will contact the whistleblower. So Yannis Chouliottis, that's his name, Yannis Chouliottis, he called me and said, look, this is what's happening. And I said, by all means, that's what I've been waiting for. And that is how I went to the office of the Interpol in Greece. And I find out the mutual legal agreement had arrived. And I signed the statement in Greek.
Yes. Now, that statement was then subsequently translated into English, and that took another 2 years.
I believe so. And I had not received any witness protection since 2016 that the statement arrived. It was 16 or 17, I can't recall when I signed it. So they actually lied to me. That's how I interpret it.
Yes, but did you have any issues with the English translation?
What happened is I received an email out of the blue. And yes, in the beginning there was some inquiry. Why didn't I issue an English statement? I said, but I follow instructions based on the ministry, the Justice Ministry of the Interpol in Greece. They produced a statement in Greek and they told me sign it. So then I made inquiries with the secretary of the relative ministry department, which email I have, and I think I have supplied your team with a copy. And they explained to me that the applicant country sent in Greek the application. And also, by the legislation, that's how it's done, the applicant country has to separately request to be translated by the receiving country, because the protocol is, if I'm in Greece and I speak Greek, the protocol is that my statement must be given in my native country. And I've tried to explain this to many people that they were questioning me at the time, especially the media. I said, if I'm a Chinese citizen and I only speak Chinese, and South Africa says sign your statement, I will have to write it in Chinese and sign it. Sign what I read and understand. I cannot sign something which I might not fully understand because it's in a foreign language. So it was issued in my native language and it was sent back with the appropriate channels.
Yes, but I mean, did you object to the English translation? Did you say, no, the English translation does not correctly reflect what I've said in the Greek version?
I received an email from Advocate Andrew later on and said, look, out of courtesy, there is the English translated, we'll let you know that's been translated, and there is the English translated version. So I went through it and I found one or two, I think three, that I pick up mistakes, and I'm talking about, look, there's some typing errors or something that might alter one or two words, and I had the courtesy to let him know about it, and that's the end of it. That's the last time I heard about this.
Yes, all right. So, but it didn't change the meaning of the statement, those typos that you identified?
No, they were more like, sometimes you lose the wording from Greek to English, especially if the translator is not native. So they were very small.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask you to look at paragraph 105 of your statement, which is page 32.
Sir, my problem is that my statement is upside down, appears upside down on that screen. Let me see if I can find on the bundle.
No, sorry, I'm talking about your statement in this inquiry, not your Greek statement.
Apologies, I'm getting a bit tired and confused. Okay, can you please repeat the paragraph?
Paragraph 105, page 32.
You just give me a second because now. 135?
105.
I am there, sir.
Could you just read out what that paragraph says?
105.
Yes.
I reiterated that I had personally witnessed several serious criminal acts committed by members of the Cato Manor unit and by General Booysen up to 2008. I stated that I had already provided detailed statements and corroborating evidence, including videos. The incidents I described included acts of torture within the Cato Manor offices, inhuman treatment of dying suspects, tampering with bodies at crime scenes, and the removal of spent cartridges on instructions from General Booysen. I further noted that similar patterns of conduct had been documented in the report titled Breaking with the Past in relation to incidents in 1992 involving the same individuals. The report is attached as Annexure AD24. Specific reference to General Booysen and Captain Willie Olivier, who were both employed at Cato Manor, appear on page 181 to 186 of the report.
If I could ask you to look at that report. This is the report of human rights abuses under apartheid, which is AD24. And specifically at 181, and 181 is at 259.
know this case very well. I'm there, Chair.
Yes. Why did you think this case has to be brought to the attention of the panel, despite my reluctance?
Chair, they say in my country, where there is smoke, there is fire. So here we have a case which I've discovered at the archives in South Africa. It was during apartheid. It's 21st February 1992. And it's referring to a case which I interpreted, as well as other activists in South Africa, as a copy-paste, same modus operandi as the Cato Manor members. Here we have the same person, which at the time was Captain Johan Booysen from the Murder and Robbery Unit, together with Whistleblower, and they were involved in a killing of an African suspect under custody who was unarmed. He was, from my information, weighed less than 50 kilos or something like that. And he posed no threat according to my own conclusion information. And he was shot at the back while he was running away. And when I read that, I was in shock. I said to myself, oh my God, look at this. And what the late Frank Dutton, who was the investigator on that report, stated was that they are appointing themselves to investigate themselves. They alter the crime scene. They lied, that's my understanding. And I believe there is a finding by the Goldstone report at the end.
Yes, perhaps you should just read out the entire story to see where you see the similarity. And we will also deal later with the findings of the Goldstone Commission about the conduct of Major General Booysen and Mr. Olivier. But just read it out. It's the death of Mr. Vusi.
So I will start then. Death of Vusi, if I say it correctly, my apologies. Isipingo, DR7/92, 12 March 1992. Circumstances. On 21st February 1992, a white man, Sin Tiling, was shot and killed during a robbery near Umlazi, Durban. Detectives from the Durban Murder and Robbery Unit were charged with the investigation. Captain Johan Booysen received information that Vusi Nkanyana and Sandilo Kuzwayo were implicated in this murder. He was unable to follow this information up, so he passed his information on to Captain Engelbrecht, also of the Durban Murder and Robbery Unit. The night Captain Engelbrecht arrested both Nkanyana, that night Captain Engelbrecht arrested both Nkanyana and Kuzwayo. It is alleged that he recovered a hand machine gun and a .38 revolver from them. Both suspects admitted their involvement in the killing of Mr. Tiling and made confession to this effect. They also pointed out the scene of the crime to a police officer. They were detained at South African Police Station Umbilo. On 11 March 1992, Captain Booysen received information that Vusi Nkanyana had been seen walking around Isipingo and that he was no longer in custody. Upon making inquiries, he determined that Nkanyana had escaped from custody the previous day and that detectives from the Murder and Robbery Unit had not been informed about this. Later that night, at about 2145, Captain Booysen received information that the suspect was presently at a particular place at Malagazi. When he received this information, he was at home. The easiest and quickest arrangement he could make was to arrange for local policemen to accompany him. He arranged for Lieutenant Whistleblower, who lived near him and who is attached to the housebreaking unit, as well as Constables DeBryan and Smith, who were both on duty at the Amasmtoti police station, to accompany him. They went to Isipigo, where they met Captain Booysen's informer. The informer took them to a squatter camp known as Malagazi. They parked the car and walked to a house which was about 60 paces away. A number of men were sitting in a combi type of vehicle which was parked outside the house. He recognized one of these men as Nkanyana. The four policemen ran up to the combi. Booysen and Olivier approached on the left side, the side with the sliding door of the vehicle, while the two constables ran to the other side. The sliding door of the vehicle was open, and Booysen immediately grabbed Nkanyana. He immediately resisted arrest by wriggling, kicking, and struggling fiercely. In the process of the struggle, Nkanyana's shirt came off. Booysen and Olivier managed to get him out of the combi. Booysen had his arm around Nkanyana's neck, and Olivier held him by his waist belt. Captain Booysen decided to take the suspect to the police car, where he had a pair of handcuffs. He told Constable Smith and De Bruyne to remain at the combi to guard the other occupants. Captain Booysen and Lieutenant Olivier, who were still holding Nkanyana, moved towards their police car. It is alleged by Booysen and Olivier, but when they were approaching the car, the suspect, who had continued to struggle fiercely, suddenly punched Captain Booysen in the face. The blow apparently stunned him, and he lost his grip of Nkanyana. At the same time, he heard Lieutenant Olivier shouting, "Fuck Johan, he is lost." Booysen instantly fired a shot at Nkanyana, who was still close to them. Nkanyana continued to run away. Captain Booysen fired another shot over his head as a warning shot, and a further 3 shots in his direction. Olivier fired a warning shot into the ground and 3 shots in Nkanyana's direction. Nkanyana fell to the ground. He was seriously injured and died before an ambulance, which had been subsequently summoned, could arrive.
Yes.
The docket and police.
Sorry, you said that, in a sense, this is deja vu. It's as if you've seen this movie before.
Absolutely, sir, many times, because here we act on information, on an informant. Now, if you know those two fellows like I knew them, Johan Booysen and Olivier, the bodybuilders, big men, heavy men, and now you have 4 policemen, and they approach, they arrest the suspect. I believe they handcuffs on him or something like that. There are 4 policemen, and they detain that suspect. He's unarmed. He has no t-shirt on. Somehow, he's managed to throw a punch on one of those big Afrikaans bodybuilders. And he escapes. 4 of them, he runs away. And then the same 2 policemen, Booysen and Olivier, throw multiple shots on this unarmed suspect while he poses no risk. He's fleeing, according to what I'm reading. And then the ambulance is called, but the suspect died.
Yes. If I can ask you then to skip the next 3 pages and go to page 185 under the comments by the Goldstone Commission, which is page 263.
Comments by the Goldstone Commission Investigation Unit. Absolutely no effective investigation was done in this case for 3 months. An independent investigation officer was not appointed immediately, except for the rudimentary investigation done at the scene of crime by Captain Haupt, a uniformed officer who was only conducting an administrative inquiry into the use of firearms. Nothing else was done. No effective crime scene investigation was done.
Yes, continue, following page.
The investigation was effectively left in the hands of Captain Booysen and Olivier until 12 May 1992. There's not even an independent and reliable record of independent witnesses who were at the scene of crime, for example, the other occupants of the combi. The statements of Constables De Bruyne and Smith were recorded by Lieutenant Olivier, a possible suspect in this case. This is outrageous. In addition to this, Olivier administered the oath on Captain Hobbs' affidavit. The wound in the deceased back was fired at very close range. Captain Hobbs' report of what was told to him by the two officers conflicts with the version of events. The investigating officer should not have relied on a possible suspect, Captain Booysen, to make important witnesses available to him, i.e. the other occupant of the combi. He should have traced these witnesses himself. Absolutely no effort has been made to trace other independent witnesses, particularly others who were present in the combi and who live in the vicinity.
Yes. So is this why you were insisting that this case is reflective of Major General Booysen's impunity right from apartheid, which has continued throughout his tenure of Cato Manor?
That's correct, Chair. In my humble opinion, I've seen a culture cultivated by racism, hatred, violence, disrespect of police procedures and the rights, the human rights of suspects. And here we have those men that I personally believe they were allowed to serve after apartheid and poison the well and create the Cato Manor unit, which are called the Cato Manor Death Squad.
Yes. I mean, do you know how it happens that someone who was found wanting by the Goldstone Commission is allowed to lead a unit like this?
I don't want to upset many people today in South Africa, but I'll be called crazy for developing this theory. After 1994, apartheid was not over. Call me crazy, that's my humble belief, being on the inside, being subject to this hatred and racism in the police force and in the judiciary process, which I witnessed. Those people had a very close relationship with each other and they were rooted in key positions. The influence, investigations, culture, new cadets. I mean, I believe I was one of the first people to say, listen, those men teach new cadets of apartheid methods of interrogation, tubing, torturing of suspects to get a confession. We were getting that during apartheid. And yet they were allowed to continue to climb on the ranks, untouchable, because they killed African criminals. They delivered.
Yes. Madam Chair, thank you. I think I'll probably end here with my evidence in chief, and my learned friend can commence.
Let me ascertain from my sisters if they have any questions to the witness. Yes, my sister, Advocate Andrew Chauke SC, has some questions.
Mr. Danikas, can you please enlighten us? You were with the Cato Manor unit for a number of years, and a lot of killings and torture happened during the time that you were with the Cato Manor. Did you participate in any of those killings and or torture that were carried out?
Absolutely not, Chair.
What were you doing when all this happened as a member of that unit?
Chair, can you be more specific? I find this a general question. I need to understand how can I respond to that? You're referring to when all this happening as what?
you were involved or you were invited when the Cato went on some operations. For example, that incident where Major General Booysen was called and he was with you. You went together to that to that incident. What was your role, or what did you do at that incident, and not only at that one, because you were a member of the Catomena unit, and also from your introduction, one can pick up that you are a trusted person by Major General Booysen, to a point that he even made sure that you get a gun when you did not qualify to get a gun. Now, one asks themselves this question. You say you were given a Z88 and even a Beretta. What was your role? What did you do with your guns? What did you do while people were being interrogated? Did you just stand and looked, or what did you do?
Sure. I'm going to start with the last comment, qualified to get a gun. I need to give you some context to understand my key role. I was a businessman and a reservist, so most of the time I will spend it at my premises repairing computers and selling computers. Now, because I discovered the technique to fight crime in my store by analyzing data and then arrest a suspect at my store, I made an unprecedented successful, an unprecedented success of combating crime. It's been documented by the media. I've been awarded by the National Commission. So what I was doing, I needed a firearm because I was catching criminals in Smith Street. I was well known and I have many videos to produce because of our surveillance in my store. So every given day, my life was in danger. Now, you say that I was not qualified to have a firearm. Allow me to say that I will not agree with that. I had a shotgun. I had 2 gun licenses. No gun license were ever taken from me. Therefore, I don't understand that comment of qualifying to have a gun. Because my firearm was stolen from my house, I remained with a shotgun, which remained in my property while I was in South Africa, a private shotgun. So I was in the possession of a legal private shotgun, but you cannot go around with a shotgun. You cannot be in a store and protect yourself with a shotgun. You cannot walk around. You need a concealed weapon. And therefore, and because I was combating crime constantly at my shop, Johan Booysen wanted to reward me by allocate me a police firearm for my protection. Now, the firearms were changed, so it was not like I was locating many firearms at the same time. If one has to look at the documentation provided, at a period of time I was allocated a specific firearm. Then, due to logistics, it's taken away and they replaced with another one. Then that's taken away and they replaced with another one. That is something that has to do with the way the police works. So, at no given time I was giving many firearms and I was going around like a cowboy. I had one firearm, handgun, which was a South African police service pistol allocated to me, and that provided me protection in case I get robbed again in my store. I've been robbed before, or because I was doing also 2 years, I've done a undercover drug reinforcement agency, used me to do drug arrest. So obviously I need to have a firearm. So I've done quite a lot of things in terms of fighting crime, and for that I needed to have a firearm. And because my own personal firearm was stolen, That's why I was given another firearm by Johan Booysen. I don't know if that covers you when it comes to the firearms.
It does. I refer to the firearms because you said in your testimony you received a firearm when you were still a reservist. You remember?
Correct. I'm a reservist means I'm in the police force.
So reservists do receive firearms.
As far as I'm concerned, yes, they do, when they're on
Okay.
duty.
Okay. The next part of my question, during this torture and the killings of the suspects, what were you doing? What was your role as a member of the Cato Manor unit?
First of all, I need to distinguish something. I was allocated and based at the headquarters provisional and borrowed by the Cato Manor unit. That was the understanding. Secondly, I need to understand the context of your question. There was, I view 3 or 4 incidents in my whole 8 years at the Cato Manor unit. One was the 2004 torture. I arrested at my store a suspect with a stolen laptop. I arrest him, I call the unit to come and pick him up, and out of courtesy, because I've done the arrest and I've cracked the case because I linked the laptop to a hijack, I was invited in for interrogation. The moment I view the interrogation, it started becoming torture. I risked my life to secretly take those 3 short video clips. I left without evidence and I took it straight to my commanding officer to report wrongdoing. So this is exactly what my role was at this particular case. Then there were 2 other videos, I think. The one was the 2016, which I don't think we mentioned today, where Johan Booysen comes to my store and start telling us how they were shooting a black African human, which they thought she was a prostitute for fun with no lethal guns. I knew he was going to talk about it. I've made a setup with a secret microphone and video. I record this so I can do a public disclosure. That was 2006. Then a year later, there was the incident at the Greek Easter. There, the shooting had taken place. They called us while we were at my house celebrating my Greek Easter. Johan Booysen and Adal Sonikus came to have a drink while I and my friends were at my house. And because it happened that Johan Booysen was at my house and the shooting took place, and I was a reservist, he invited me with. So you have to see that because we're friends and a few times we're drinking together or we're socializing, and a call will come at night because most of the guys will go out at night to look at suspects. If Johan Booysen got a call and there was a shooting, that Johan Booysen would be called to go to the crime scene to either manipulate it or just do his magic. I don't know what he was doing there except of diverting or managing the scene. I will go along. And while I will go along, because I had my phone and my camera, I was allowed to, or directed to cover those scenes for reasons I have disclosed previously. So you can count 3 or 4 incidents that I was taking to the Cato Manor unit. So it wasn't, I was going all the time and participating with to shootings or anything like that. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's it. And the ones that I was going there, it was by invitation by Johan Booysen most of the time.
So can I accept that you were sort of a cameraman for the incidents? Your job was to take pictures, or you took pictures without having been mandated to do so. But most of the time when you were with the Cato Manor, you took pictures or videos.
That's correct, Chair. Most of the times, and I have a lot of archive files in my possession of that, they will ask me to take pictures while they were posing after an incident had happened. But those are the times where I'll be only with Booysen. So me and Booysen will go, I'll be a visitor because I was a reservist also. I will go to a crime scene with Booysen. Sometimes I will drive him there. I'll put my blue light on, but he authorized for me to have. So I can drive him to a crime scene when he was with me. And we'll drive to a crime scene, he'll take over, and I will be allowed to take photos. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. How would they allow a reservist to enter a crime scene and start taking videos and photos? You can hide everything. Now, in 2004, that was the very first time I went as a police reservist to the Cato Manor unit. At the moment I saw torture, I had the phone and I took secret videos and I made a public disclosure. That was early years, 2004. The rest, people saying, what are you doing here? Get out of the scene. So they allow me to sit there for 20 minutes and take photos, videos. So they allow me to do that after the fact.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, my sister, Mera Makgakga, would like to ask you a question.
Yeah, Mr. Danikas, in your statement, you also informed this panel about the duty register that would be completed by reservists. Now, in your statement, there is a duty register that was for the month of May, that you find in AD 17, that is page 4A of 30. Page 30, I'll call it page 30 because it's 4A. The statement starts with 4A and then you see the 30. Do you see that duty?
I'm there, Chair.
Right.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. I think my question will just be confined to what I see. That is the only duty register that I see in the docket, or rather in the statement, I beg your pardon. But can you be able to assist us about the year in which this was done? Was it May? Which year? Are you able to assist independently of your own from top of your head?
Chair, that says month 05. So that will be 2005. No, that's a month 05. I don't see the year, to be honest with you, there, but I need to look at my hard copies and then I can see what's going on there. Because this has been taken, I believe, from my website. It's got my logo, Aris Danikas. So I believe that evidence leaders have taken it from my website and not from my original files that I have. So I need to see where the date is reflected, because it's not reflected on this particular document.
Okay. I noticed from an entry of the 24th day of May, the one at the bottom. Do you see it? On the
24th, I guess.
Yeah, the 24th. Right, you are stating that you attended the scene at Morningside and where you had been invited to the scene by Mr. Mostert. And when you arrived, you tried to enter the scene or get at the scene of the incident, and Superintendent Olivier or Olivia. Olivier barred you from, he refused you entry to the crime scene. Do you see that?
That's correct, Chair.
Now-
Madam Chair, I can see that.
Right, thank you. Now, at this time, at the time when he refused you entry to the scene, what had been the position before? Was it the first time you experienced this, or did you not know that you would not be allowed to the scene, and as a result you were barred from accessing the scene for the first time?
Chair, that was the very first time that happened to me. As I mentioned earlier on, I felt very embarrassed because I was accompanied by a South African Greek friend of mine. We were out, go to a nightclub, the two of us, and out of the blue, Inspector Mostert called me and say, "Come there." And I go there, and when I see that, I said, okay, there's another incident. I didn't have the details yet. So as I walk in to go in, like I do all the time, like go in, get my camera, and I have my blue jacket, because as a crime scene investigator kit, you're allowed to go to your unit to see what's going on and monitor what's happening. And as I go there, they won't let me go in.
Okay.
Actually, was very shocked, embarrassed.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So from your full answer that you have given, it is so that previously you would have easy access to the scene, take photographs, and do whatever you are supposed to do. Now, are you able to enlighten us about whether at this point or on this date when Mr. Olivier barred you from accessing the scene, whether the relationship within the Cato Manor group was becoming frosty towards you, or it was still just normal? Or maybe put it the other way, is to find out as to whether had they now become aware that you actually capture the scene as is at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That is exactly what I suspected. Some of the members were very much aware, and I think the senior members, they were aware of what I have done. Johan Booysen had tipped them off in 2004, because you'll find out this was a very late case. Perhaps the chair can help us and identify that scene, because we mentioned earlier on which year it was. So it must have been late, after 2004 or after 2006. So in 2004, when I did the secret recording and I made the internal disclosure to my commanding officer, which is Johan Booysen, he tipped off the members. So there were afterwards other incidents that happened of me asking too many questions and disclosing to some other people, which I can refer to. And now the senior officers were aware of this. And that's how I interpreted of what happened there. That was the very first time I was ever declined to enter a crime scene by the same people, the same Cato Manor unit.
Thank you, Mr. Danikas. And maybe just the final question about your eagerness and willingness to assist in the resolving the South African crime to an extent possible within your means. It would appear from the record, and in particular AD 18 that appears on page 32 of your statement, that at least as far back as then, your attorney Julian Knight and associates were communicating with Mr. Maema, Advocate Maema, I beg your pardon, Advocate Maema, to try to nudge them in the direction that firstly you are willing to testify, and what are they doing, what is delaying with getting information. Is that understanding correct?
Madam Chair, my understanding is that you're asking me that we were frustrated and we keep asking the Advocate Maema, what is going on? Are you going to still call us as witness? Are you intend to calling us? Is that the question? I might misunderstood you.
You have captured it correctly. Thank you. Then you can go ahead and answer the question.
So that's what I said earlier on. It was a frustrating situation because the NPA was coming in and out of my life. Think about it, 2012, they came to me, they came to Greece, they left. They came back 2014, they came to Greece, I make myself available, lawyers, have meetings, they leave, nothing. Then 2016, they're coming back. Again, for a period of time, nothing. Then my mutual legal agreement statement surfaced out of the blue with no contacts of mine. And it was a miracle that we discovered it from the documentary and assigned my statement. Then nothing. And then I find out by the media that Catherine charges were withdrawn in 2019. In fact, I was in hospital. I remember that.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Danikas. That was my last question. Thank you, Chair.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Ngcukaitobi. Mr. Danikas, we are going to adjourn until tomorrow morning when the evidence leaders will ask you questions, if any. I suppose you will be available from, say, 9 o'clock, correct?
Correct, Madam Chair, as long as the internet is working at the South African Embassy.
We will request through the spokesperson and others to speak to the ambassadorial staff in Greece to make sure that we don't get the interruptions we got today, we experienced today. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed for making yourself available and the patience you have displayed thus far. We will proceed tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Advocate Mutlamunyani, we will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow with you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. As we adjourn, remember you are under oath, Mr. Danikas.
Yes, I am, Chair. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I'm not sure whether Mr. Danikas is still there. There was a slip. Do communicate with him. Mr. Ramokhadi, you remember when you spoke last week during the absence of your leader, Advocate Ngcukaitobi, we arranged that we will start with the ruling in the decoupling application matter, meaning that we will start with that ruling. I suppose it will take us a bit of a while. We will adjourn for tea and then start with the witness. It will probably be safer to say he must be available from 11 o'clock. We will all have tea so that we should be able to start at 11 with him. I don't think we will present the ruling for more than 2 hours. After the ruling, we will take tea early and start with the witness at 11 o'clock. Kindly communicate to Mr. Danikas to be here at 11 o'clock. That will enable the staff in Greece at the ambassadorial premises to get the house in order insofar as connectivity is concerned. We will start at 9 o'clock, deliver the ruling, take a break, and start with the witness, Advocate Motlamanyane.
That's in order, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. We adjourn.